A bat is never late, nor is he early. A bat arrives simply when he means to. Cecil! My cat's yelling at me, hold on. Buddy! Cecil, what? Me too. I can yell. I can yell for no reason. Uh-oh. Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Let's catch up on chat real quick. Reload! Congrats on first. Jessica! Thank you for the 40 months with Prime. Taking those pennies out of Bezos' pocket. Hell yeah. Fuck the oligarchs. I'm not late. I might be a little late. Only like 2 minutes. I was doing shit. I was chilling. I was doing shit, and by doing shit, I mean I was mad chilling watching a video. Welcome in, Nell. I hope you're doing good. Drea, thank you for the 245 pennies. Thanks for throwing me. Welcome in, everyone. How you doing? I'm Demon Dracula. We're about to do some world building, because I didn't do it yesterday. I went on a date. What we want? I chilled. And I went on a little date with my husband. So we're going to be doing it today. I'm going to be drawing more of my Jernua people. I'm going to focus in on their clothing statements, depending on what rank, what class they're in. I'm also going to go further into their biology, because I've been thinking about how it would shape their culture. Ow. Because I've talked about how the females are the ones that carry society, basically, because they carried you when you were a baby. That's the metaphor. Also, when I'm speaking about this sort of stuff, I am speaking in a very generalized sense. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions to the rule. There's going to be people that don't follow the mold. There's going to be differences, obviously, but what I am speaking of when I am talking about this sort of thing is the cultural standard. What they expect and what they want, but it doesn't always happen, and that is fine. In fact, it's encouraged that, like, an alpha male would want to do scholarly activities. Like, that isn't, like, cause, okay, so when I originally went off to explain these guys, and I said, like, the Chad alpha males, you know, whatever, the big red ones, the red males, they were described as basically, like, warrior caste. They're the warrior class. And I guess people assumed when I said brawn, they thought I meant they were dumb. So they were like, how would tactics work? I'm like, they're not dumb. They're just not as scholarly as the yellow males, or I guess the orange males, because the orange males don't focus on tactics. They focus on astronomy. I have Tic Tacs. I'm gonna eat some Tic Tacs. Hold on. They focus on astronomy, temple worship, shit like that. They take over the role of what most cultures would have a third gender for. Like, I don't want to use the Hedra, but they're the only ones that come to mind. Like, the Hedra are two spirits. That was the tiniest whine. Cecil made the tiniest murr. I think he's a cow. He keeps mooing. My cat is a cow. But yeah, we'll discuss all that shit once I get to it. Because there is a strict caste system. I'll also have to think about how caste systems work in terms of marriages. They call it consortships, not marriage. But I'll have to think about how that works. When you marry, do you marry down or do you marry up? That's the question. Alright, but let's get started on that, shall we? Moo cow baby boy. Let me make sure nothing is seen. Let me make sure I haven't drawn anything lascivious in this file. I don't think I have, though. I have not. That's fine. Excellent. Let's go over here. There they are, the babies! Hmm? Oh, it's my cat. My headset's acting weird. Hold on. Okay, we should be good now? Alrighty. Let's get started. Let's get it started. Ha. I am not sorry. Wait, what's this? Oh, get that out of here. I saw a new button on Twitch and I clicked it and it's nothing I care about. Alrighty. So I have the cast system written out. But we're gonna go over it again real quick because it is pertinent to what I'll be drawing today. So, the outfits you see here, I would consider this nobility, not full-on royalty. And the way royalty works is that you have a queen, you have a chiefess, a lady who is in charge of a city-state, right? She's chilling and ruling her part of the territory. And then another chiefess shows up, asking for her firstborn as a... not really a bargaining chip, but definitely a way to expand. You only start getting royalty once one city-state starts to conglomerate a lot of power. Water. Oh, you're so right. I need my fucking pills.
Wait a minute.
Hi, Lillian.
Who are you?
How you feeling, buddy? Are you still sick? Okay, let me shove my pills in my mouth. Hold on. There's nothing to save. My pills are not coming out. Hold on. Sick as all hell, but better than yesterday. That's good. Come on. Could you come on? Fuck. These are getting harder and harder to do every time. Oh, my thumb hurts. Alright. Water. Alright. Back to the game. But yeah, the way you make royalty is that there is 2 city-states with 2 chiefesses, and one chiefess decides to marry into the city-state nobility of the people nearby. Here, let me draw a map. Take a map.
I almost dropped my pen.
Alright. So let's say there's a city-state right here, right? Just, oh, nope. Let's say this city-state is mad chillin'. I don't know what to name it yet, but we know it's there. We know it exists. And they have a chiefess here who's being chilling. Here's her hair. She's sitting on top. There she is. Lady. And then we have another city-state nearby. Let's say there's a river, actually. Let's say there's a river that, like, splits these 2 up, right? But they're both living on the river because you need water to live. You know, just an FYI. And we'll put another city-state here. And then we have another lady up here just being chilling. Here's her hair. Thank you for the pet. Now I just fill myself a soda. Sugar Skull! You need water. Hi, Laura Rose. Welcome in. Sugar Skull, you need water to live. Alright, let's see if I can't name these. I kind of want to, but I don't want to know. I don't know what I want to name them. I'd have to break down how the Jarnua language works. Which I will be doing at some point. Oh, cat here. Cat here. You can't make me. You're not my real dad. Young lady. I mean, you're right, but also. Hey, man. Actually, I don't mind if you were my dad since I don't care about my big father. Yeah, but you know what? That's fair. I will be your father now. I'll do it. I'm your father. If your dad sucks, I'm your dad now. And your dad says drink your water. Aw, thank you for the hug. You have a very small father. It's me. Yeah, Leon can also be your dad. Nice. Sugar Dracula. Yeah. Yes, sir. Alright, but back on what we were talking about. Here, let's give these guys a nice little forest, right? This is a nice little forest. Just chilling here. I don't know what I'm making. Just a... Let's say these guys have really cool mountains. Okay. Fun fact, I'm filling this map with lakes of gender juice. Whoa. Oh no, not the gender juice. Hello, it's me, the people's mother, and I say dinky order. Yeah. Lillian's everyone's mom, I'm everyone's dad, but we're not together. I'm popping Tic Tacs, don't mind me. Alright. What do I want to call these guys? Thank you for the pet. I'm gonna call it La Loawichi, because La Loawichi sounds cool. I'm totally drinking water right now. It just happens to be carbonated. I figured artificially sweetened and grape juice flavored. Sugar. Sugar Skull. That's not how that works. Does lemonade count? I think you should all at least take a little sip of, like, just actual water. But I can't stop you from drinking juice and lemonade and soda. It does technically have liquid in it, it's just, you know, it's not the best for you. Because it has water inside it, sir. It's liquid, sure. Oh my god, I'm cold as fuck. Hold up. I can't feel my toes. Oh my god, the remote's not working. Turn off, fucker! I'm cold! Waiting for my water filter to fill up. You know what? That's fair, that's fair. It's beeping. There we go. Alright. Now I can thaw out. But back to what we were discussing. We've got this little town that I'm calling La Loawizi. Let's give this to... Oh god, it sounds Aztec as fuck, kind of, actually. You know what? Let's just stick with the Aztec naming scheme. And let's call these guys Alatewa. So, La Loawizi, these guys, let's say they're a bigger city-state. They're more influential. Let's say they also go to these mountain ranges, and they, They mine it out, right? When the AC unit starts cussing at you, that means it's working. No. Unfilters your water. No! Please, no. Don't do that. I love my filtered water. But yeah, let's say these guys are an iron mining city-state, right? Not iron, just metal, I guess. Because they don't really do iron. Metal mining city-state. There we go. Salaloa Wheatsea probably means something to do with a metal. Refilters your water. Huh. And then here's our river. Passing through. And then Alatewa. Let's say Alatewa is pretty good at maintaining the nearby forest. And let's say they're pretty good at making charcoal. Yeah. Alright, so we got our 2 city-states. Sorry, the sickness made me evil for a second. We need to get you... We need to get you better, buddy. You're starting to loop it. You're starting to get loopy, you're starting to lose it. You're starting to loop it. Tasman, 2 major news NPC. Uh-oh. I'm very scared of what this could mean. Oh, shit! Wait, hold up. Nice. That is good news, you are correct. You right. Also, there is something I forgot to do. Blue sky! I'm live! I always do that, huh? Ugh. Gross. There we go. Blue sky! Blue sky and life! Doesn't want you do this. Why you gotta be lying? I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I keep forgoring, okay? Your boy forgore. Also, I forgot to do this. There we go. And now we pin it. I forgot to pin Grill Love. I'm so bad at my job. I'm so bad at my job. Also, chapter 5 is out. Congrats. Fucking ow! I'm on the floor, help. Thank you, you're just going back. Okay. So, back to how this royalty thing is gonna work. These are chieftesses. They are nobility, currently. So, nobility class rules a city-state. And each gender has a specific role in that class. Females will always be the ruling class, the ones on the ones on the throne, basically. The alpha males, the red males, they're the ones that will always be defending things or fighting for her honor, basically. They're the ones that protect the throne because they're the biggest. The little males, the orange males, they're the ones that are essentially offering advice, spiritual guidance, and priesthood. But what happens when city-states get together? Let's bring this down. You get your royalty class. So let's say La Loawitsi, because they are more influential. They have more to give and offer in terms of Alatewa. This city-state decides, hey, we want this one. We could go about it a couple of ways. We could go to war, but that would be a waste of resources. So I misheard you and thought you said the snails were giving advice, and I was like, oh yeah, go on. Oh yeah, the snails, of course. Me when I have an orange assassin. Huh. But yeah, let's say La Loawitsi, the chiefess of this place, decides, hey, we're going to conglomerate with these guys. But they're across the river, they're protected by forest, it would be a waste of resources to fight them. Why would we do that? That, and we want their stuff and we want their people. We don't want to be tyrants. We want a peaceful resolution. So they could start some sort of trading thing. Maybe they have boats that they use to go back and forth. Let me draw the boat. They could have boats that go back and forth in order to trade stuff with each other. But they could also try to make some sort of giant bridge. That would make it pretty easy. But what happens when you're sick of trading and you want the stuff all to yourself, right? Let's say this lady decides, hey, ma'am, do you have a son? Can I keep him? So they basically trade each other their kids, and these kids marry their kids. So she has a daughter. Let's say she has a daughter getting ready to sit on the throne. She has a couple of sons and also a daughter. They trade. And then they become one whole conglomerate because they are now sharing power, and they become a royalty class. Me, when I use my bridge builder knowledge to their max capacity. Yeah, let's say they do eventually build that bridge, right? Let's say they eventually build a big-ass bridge. Let's say the river isn't that crazy on the current. It's actually pretty easy on you. And they build that big-ass bridge, and they become one big conglomerate state, not city-state. You can't be a city-state if there's two. But now you're a territory, and your families have become one. Over time, one city-state is going to become more influential than the other, obviously, and that ends up being the capital. Let's say that is La Loawitsi again, because once again, they have the most import potential because of their metallurgy. These guys, meanwhile, just make charcoal, but they're also pretty helpful for the industry that these guys have, because they need two conglomerates get together. Does that make it a cluster fire? No, it just makes it a bigger conglomerate. And then you get even crazier royalty. Because now you got royalty with 4. But we'll just stick with the 2 for now. But yeah, let's say this city becomes the capital. Because this is where most trade happens, most social events. This is where everyone starts to focus their attention more. Alatewa is still... people still live there and they still do shit. But they don't... they're not the social and cultural hub of this conglomerate, this territory they got going on. This city is. This becomes a queen. So the city that wins out on social hierarchy and imports, and the one that becomes more influential, becomes that capital. And then she becomes queen. Let's say it takes a couple of generations, though. Let's say, like, her firstborn son goes and marries her firstborn daughter. And then the couple generations later, their great-granddaughter or something is now a queen. And we get empresses who are the highest ruler over multiple kingdoms. Possibly. That is not something that they have seen happen yet. Granted, I say yet. Because all of this stuff is still in development. These people and these cultural traditions are in active evolution. As of right now, they only really have a few queens. Who knows what'll happen in a few thousand years? Ah. There we go. But yeah, a queen is the one that rules over the chieftesses, basically. After nobility class, we have the artisan class. Because they're the ones that make the culture. They're the ones that make the culture go. They don't rule anything, but they make cultural impact. And then there's the labor class. They make the city run. And then we already know about the untouchables. They knew nothing. They wander the they wander the outside. They're few and far between, but alright. So when I say the artisan class makes cultural impact, I mean they're the ones who design the aesthetic of the city-state that they live in. For instance, they're the ones that make the jewelry, the clothing, they design buildings. They're the ones that make everything look the way it does, because that's the current fashion trends or building trends that they have going on. The laborers are the ones that collect the items. They're the ones that are gathering the trees to make charcoal, cutting down whatever they need. They're the ones that are mining in the mountains for copper and tin, whatever they need for their people. They're the ones that are laying the brickworks of the buildings, shit like that. They're the ones that are doing the manual labor. They're making the food. There's a lot more of them as well. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about the class system over here. And I can start turning these off. So now that we know that, I want to start drawing more clothing for these guys, but I want it to be super kooky. So what we're wearing right now is noble clothing. I have it separated out in these different pieces, as you can see. Ugh. And royalty over time will be nobility that has essentially gotten more ostentatious, because they were once all nobles. Remember, these guys used to be just a chiefess, but over time, she started marrying the sons of other city-states and has gained queen status. Because they have access to a lot more materials from both their city-state as well as whatever city-states they've combined with, they are able to pursue even more luxury. Also, I just really like these outfits. I can also go over what each one means. So because she's nobility, let's zoom in a little. Hello, ma'am. She has her hair at an actually pretty casual look right now. It could be pulled up a little more for, like, special occasions. Obviously, they're going to dress more or less depending on the day, because you want to, like, look good for your constituents, as it were. Okay. So with the jewelry, obviously the earrings are fine, but I also added necklaces, specifically 2 types. Now, we already know what these are. These are the collar necklaces that represent marriage. Let's say she married another noble person who lives in her city-state's kid. That's what this necklace would be. And because it has a blue piece in it, it's probably a scholar. It's got, like, an elegance to it. So it was crafted. Also, yes, you are expected to craft your own Or at the very least, design your own necklace whenever giving it to your partner. If you're trying to make a consort out of someone, you you are expected to be the one to craft it. Or like I said, at the very least, design it and have someone help you craft it. Not everyone is going to be genius necklace makers. You can have help, but it's more impressive if you make it. Oh, baby yawn. Yawn baby. Alright. So, we're going to assume her particular husband has designed this necklace just for her. She's also wearing plateau makeup to show she is chiefess. And I have decided that this kind of makeup is probably for nobility, where they have super complex makeup. Sometimes they can incorporate their family. But I've made it to where this necklace is the family incorporation. That way you can actually see the house sigils. I gave her a plateau, like a little pyramid, and then I gave her wings. It's just a kooky little design. It doesn't mean anything yet. But they do have a simple heraldry system. I know what's them's face. I know the Japanese also have a heraldry system, as well as most of Europe. And heraldry systems are typically made for those who are broken up into vassal states and need to quickly point out who is who. So Japanese call it kamon. They're emblems that identify a family or an institution. It's just called heraldry or coat of arms in Europe, and they have something similar, but it works less as a call for an army and more like a city-state stamp in a way. This is a byproduct of the city-state that the person is from. And if they are the one in charge of the city-state, they're obviously the one that gets to wear the thing. So, let's look this up real quick. Tenochtitlan. For those who don't know... Yeah, there it is. Did I spell it correctly? I did not spell it correctly. Hold on.
Meewing. Hi, Meewing.
Oh, you got food. We want got a breakfast. Everyone say hi, Weewan. Hi, Weewan. You're so handsome. Good morning.
Ah! He tried to bite me!
Lilith, hi, Weewan. He's like, hi, Weewan. And Nell says hi. He said, what's up, Nell? My husband is the sleepy. Alright, where is... I don't know, baby. We're gonna have to just see how Lilith feels tomorrow. I know. Leon has been so fucking sad. By the way, he really misses Vandal. Like, he actually super... What? I do too. I miss hanging out with y'all. Me too, Fug! Lilith also misses Vandal, but he's sick. It's not your fault, buddy. You're tired. You're sick. Alright, but, what was I saying? Right, Aztecs. I'm not purely basing these guys off of Aztec stuff, but I have noticed that a lot of that stuff is seeping in. And for those who don't know, the capital of the old Aztecs, the Mexica people, it was called Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan it was almost like a city that sat on a lake, and it's very pretty. And the way it works is that its symbol is actually the sound Tenochtitlan. It's a picture of a cactus sitting on top of a stone, and sometimes you have an eagle on it, because that was the, story on where these people should settle. The person who supposedly founded the place with a bunch of other people was told to find a bird standing on a cactus on a rock. So when he saw that, that's where they went. So the word Tenochtitlan is an actual word when you look at the picture. Well, that's kind of how I want this to work. But it's more of a holdover. So that's like kind of like saying, let's say there is a family, kind of like the Lannisters, I guess, in Europe. And let's say they have a name that has the word Leon in it, and they have a big ass lion in their heraldry. It's kind of like that, where it's like the words that you have for the meaning of the place, it's probably going to be incorporated in the heraldry of that city-state. Now, just because you're from that city-state doesn't mean you get to wear the symbol, unless for some reason you have to go on a fun little army campaign. It doesn't happen too often. There's not enough people to really have an all-out war. There's usually just skirmishes, and why would they do that when there's other ways to more peacefully reconcile your differences? Like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Said Leon. That's how you make more enemies. Oh. And the reason I bring this up is because that's kind of what they did in certain city-state cultures also. I also know that the Mexica, the Aztecs, they settled their differences with a ball game. They literally settled difference with ball game. You know the ball game that they played in the Road to El Dorado? The one where you have to bump your hip on the ball and get it through a hoop? That was a real game. They played that ball game, and they did it. Or I believe the Maya did it. Yeah, babe, that's exactly it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, World Building Thursday! Hey, Nico! Since I didn't get to do it yesterday, happy birthday! We're so glad you came. Happy birthday from the Battler Gang. We're so excited. We hope that you are too. Happy birthday from the Battler crew. It was Himiko's birthday yesterday. I was doing shit, but I did want to sing happy birthday Himiko. Lizards. Yeah, lizards fucking ballin'. Okay, so they probably do have some sort of ball games. And the reason I bring this up is because, one, they're in a climate that can make rubber. So in Europe, you had ball games. In China, you had ball games. But they used wood and fabric that's stuffed with feathers. These guys straight up had rubber. They did not give a fuck. They had rubber. Burf! Yeah, burf! Mods, can we get a shout out for the birthday girl?
Give me the birthday girl shout out. Happy birthday.
I wish my clips would work. Clips don't fucking play anymore, and it makes me sad. Happy birth! I'll have to go in there and like fix it again. But yeah, basically, this lady's wings, and then I don't want to call it a pyramid. It's more like a hill. Let's say her city-state does mean like Wing Hill or something. Ooh, wait. That could actually be La Toawitsi, because they're the ones that have the mountains that they have to deal with. What if this means someone who hovers over the mountain? Mustard Man returns. Uh-oh. I just realized I accidentally used the word mountain in actual Mayan Aztec language. Hold on. It's not my fault. I have to look it up. Okay, I didn't quite use the word. Because, there's actually a town, well, there was a city, called Huitzilopochtli. That's really hard to say. Huitzilopochtli. Huitzilopochtli was another town. This is hard to do. How do I find this? Huitzilopochtli. Oh, I'm spelling it wrong because of the fucking Spaniards! I blame the Spaniards! I'm also gonna change this word. Huitzilopochtli is spelled with an H, U, not a W. Because of the fucking Spaniards. They spelled shit stupid. Anyway. That was me getting mad. But yeah, I actually do think, I think it's Huitzilopochtli. I don't remember which word means what. But that's an actual place. I think it's named after a god, actually. Who's the god here? There's a god here. Okay, so Huitzin means hummingbird, and Opochtli means left-hand side, so it basically means left-handed hummingbird. Or hummingbird of the south, apparently. Why would the left hand be the south? Whatever. And they are associated with a hummingbird god, I think? Yeah, he's an he's a god. He's not a town. Oh, he's the patron god of Tenochtitlan. Listen, man, I'm not as good at my Aztec as I should be, okay? So, I think I want Huitzi to mean stone or mountain. And it does sound like Huitzilopochtli, but I don't care. So, let's break this out. Huitzi. That means stone. But it could also mean mountain. Basically, you're just saying the big rock over there. And Laloa could mean wings. Or flying. So it would mean basically the city that flies over the mountain. And that could be what her necklace is. So Laloa, wing, Huitzi mountain. That would be fun. That all came off the top of my head. Rock and stone! You get it. You get it. This guy, on the other hand, is not from Laloa Huitzi. He is not a part of that family. Now remember, you have to be the ruling class of that city-state in order to wear this necklace. If you are not, you can represent yourself with this city-state, either through stamps or clothing, like little tabards, basically. But it's usually reserved for messengers of the royal people, the nobility class, or if you were a merchant. And you get special permission from them to do that. Otherwise, you're not really allowed to use it. Like I said, unless it's wartime and you have to represent them. But usually they don't need to do that when there's easier ways to conglomerate territory. So, like I said, this guy isn't from this place. I made him a collar as well that says he is with a woman. It has this pretty green gem that a lady probably gave him. This would be his house crest, and it doesn't look like anything too crazy, but because he's nobility, he is wearing this necklace. And I'm going to assume let's say he married her sister or something, so they're like brother and sister-in-law. He's still going to be wearing his old house crest. Remember, he's not from this city-state, technically. He can't really wear their stuff. He could probably wear it on some sort of sash or something, but with the chiefess's permission. But by default, he's going to be wearing the crest of his own house. And this is to help make sure that incest is not a thing. With all of these different city-states being so small, maybe there's like a couple of thousand a city-state, it's good to keep up with your lineage. If you start trading with each other, it's good that the nobility makes sure not to start crossbreeding with each other. I want to say up to first cousins is probably not allowed. After that, they probably start giving more of a shit. But first cousins, the way their kinship system works, your cousins are also basically your siblings. They would consider it weird. Bearer! And because this guy is nobility, he also gets to wear a lot of pretty gold and red. I also like the idea of warriors having this makeup situation where they wipe it across their eyes, because it acts like a primitive sunglasses, basically. Yeah, like what Weelan just said. It is primitive sunglasses. They also don themselves in stuff that they've killed, while she's wearing stuff that her latest fashion creators have made for her. These really pretty patterns that drive the fashion forward. This guy would be wearing shit that he has personally taken out and crafted into clothing. So these tusks and teeth on his head are going to be from like a boar he killed. Let's say he took out like some sort of cheetah tiger thing, which is why he now has this stripy sash to show off what he's taken out. And then here's, let's say he fought a really rough, fast bird. He's incorporated it in his anklets. So yeah, you can basically don yourself in whatever you've killed as a warrior class, because you're saying, look at me, this is my high score. You're basically wearing your high score on your body. So as the priests work, remember we're still in the nobility class. Royalty class works in a similar vein, just more ostentatiously, is a good word to say. I didn't give him any jewelry on top of his head. I wanted him to be a little more earthly. But I did give him some makeup, something simple that he could streak across his nose and decorate. Nothing too crazy. He's not a lady, so he doesn't necessarily put anything on his cheeks, but above the, right below the eye and across the nose bridge is fine. He can also paint his lips, as you can see here. He's kind of a baddie, actually. I also gave him long hair that's not really braided or anything. The braids are very common in their culture because their hair is very precious. If you cut the hair, it means you are banished. So braids come in handy to keep that shit from fraying or getting damaged. This guy, he's living a... You guys heard that? Lilin caught your roar, babe. He said... But yeah, so as you can see, he's also wearing a collar. Each collar is a little different from each other. Her collar starts at the bottom of the neck. That's a feminine design, and it comes across the shoulders a little bit. That's typically what feminine jewelry for marriage looks like. As for alpha males or red males, their collars are way up. It has to... If it starts going across the shoulders, it's starting to look feminine. So it's up all the way on the neck. As for orange males, or yellow males, their necklace is supposed to be a bit of both. So his is a collar, just like a male, you know, a warrior male. But he also has dangly bits that drop across his neck to give off this sense of both masculine and feminine energy, because he is both and he is neither. He's supposed to be a balance, which is why he is male, but he's also yellow like a female. He's the femboy. He's femboy gendered. I don't want to use that word. I thought of another word, but that word does not count. It's from another culture. But they would technically be, as far as we're concerned, third gender, but they are considered technically males in their culture. They do other gender roles. At times, sometimes they can actually say, no, I'm neither, or no, I'm both. It just depends on how they're feeling about themselves. So he wears, instead of a familial crest, he'll still tell people who his family is, obviously, but this is a guy who has been indoctrinated into a priesthood. So what he's wearing is the patron god of his city-state. So instead of wearing his determined city-state, he's wearing a patron god of that state. Now, city-states can share gods. In fact, it's pretty common, especially the ones that share the same region, that trade with each other a lot. You're gonna have cross-pollination of deities. Because it's very easy to be like, yeah, fuck it, sure, let's pull your god into my belief system, because my god's of the river and your god's of the forest, so, why would they clash with each other? But each city-state does focus itself primarily on one or two gods, based on what they are doing. So, once again, let's go back to our two city-states here. These guys would obviously probably worship the same, if not similar gods, especially after they combined their efforts and became a kingdom, as it were. They would probably have a forest god, a river god, and a mountain god. So these guys would probably, before their connection, they would probably share a river god, because they're both along the river. But these guys would consider their forest god more important than a mountain god, because that's what they work with. They work with the wood nearby of a forest. They make sure they plant and tend to the trees. They turn it into charcoal, so maybe they have a god of fire as well. It's a handful based off of what they do. Meanwhile, over here, these guys would also have a river god. They don't really worry so much about the forest. They're not doing anything with that. Sure, they'll probably get wood and use it to build, but they're not making their whole industry around it. Their industry focuses on mining and smelting, so their gods would also probably be some sort of fire god, but probably closer to the forge than someone who is crafting charcoal. And they're probably going to have some underground stone god. But they do share this river god because the river is there. And they would probably be aware of each other's gods and probably worship on smaller levels, but it wouldn't be as important for a forest-dwelling people to worship mountain gods. However, when they combine, their gods also sort of combine. So if these two, rock and stone, we're talking about rock and stone. They're miners. But let's say these guys had two different names for the same river god. When they combine, they kind of combine all of their concepts of the river god together. This is seen pretty much everywhere in places that have city-states or smaller kingdoms. Especially in the classical Greek period, the Greeks loved collecting gods. They loved it. In fact, whenever they'd go out somewhere and meet a new culture, they'd be like, hey, we have a god like that. We're just gonna add your god's name to our god's name. Isn't that cool? So that's why you have some gods with multiple names and with multiple personalities. It's because they're combining cultural ties. In fact, a lot of Greek, especially when Alexander the Great did his thing, was it the Greeks or the Romans? The whole Ptolemaic era and all that, back when Cleopatra was a thing. The Greeks and the Egyptians kind of had this cultural exchange where they exchanged gods, and Hermes started being known as Thoth. Alexander the Pretty, okay. Yeah, Alexander the I. Alexander the Meh. But they started combining gods. Because they realized, oh shit, your god is like my god and does this. I'm gonna call your god this god. I know they also called Odin Hermes because he was a traveling god. I would more equate him with Poseidon because he is the god of travel, but he's also the god of horses, and he's also the god of the sea that you pray to make sure you don't fucking die. I also have a theory that Poseidon and Odin are the same god from the Proto-Indo-European culture. But that's a conversation for another day. Yeah, the Alexander the Mediocre. Alexander the gave it all to a femboy and then died in the desert. Also, yes, Alexander the Great loved himself, his femboys, and his trans women. Leon said he's so based, by the way. Also, ads starting soon. Yeah, there was a eunuch that Alexander the Great fucking loved named Boaz. And eunuchs are usually considered like third gender, transgender, ambiguous gender back then. Choking on a Tic Tac. Woo! Ow. I had a tiny little piece of Tic Tac sitting on my fucking uvula. It was the most painful shit I've ever felt. Oh my god, that was... Actually, no, that's a lie. I felt worse, but that was very inconvenient. But yeah, let me look up Boaz real quick before I give you false information. Whoa, hey! Where are you? Yeah, Alexander of Macedon. Macedonia, basically. Where is your lover? I know you've had multiple! Oh, because I'm spelling the name wrong. It was Bagoaz. Not Boaz. That's a... Boaz is a biblical character. Boaz was Ruth's beard! Fun fact, Ruth and Orpah were probably lovers. In fact, when Ruth had Boaz's kid in the Bible, they called it Orpah's son. Not Boaz's. It was Ruth's and Orpah's. Ruth used that man for his sperm, his money, and said, I have a girlfriend. Which I find hilarious. Anyway. But Boaz. He was a femboy. AKA, he was a eunuch. We don't know what his actual gender was. It's not like we know what his gender expression was. But we do know that he was some sort of third-gendered thing. He was a eunuch. And he's from the Persian Empire. And apparently, he banged the crap out of Darius III, and then started banging the crap out of Alexander the Great. I didn't know that he was after Darius, too. Hello, sir. This man gets around. He has had very influential lovers. But he was always seen as a very beautiful feminine man, and he dressed a lot in feminine clothing. Once again, I don't want to use the Hydra, but they're the only fucking, like, example that I can readily grab. The Hydra are also, some are eunuchs, but they are people who are AMAB and are now dressing as women and performing dances and sacred prostitution. That's what the eunuchs did back then, and that's what I believe the Hydra do to some extent now. They're also known as very sacred, because they're walking the line of male and female. So eunuchs, Hydra, two-spirit, all the same thing. That ambiguous third gender that crosses. I don't know why I'm talking about this now. Bagoaz is just so cool to me. Bagoaz is really dope. But this is kind of what I want to embody when I make my beautiful femboys here. They're basically my Bagoazes. Now, not to say they are eunuchs, they are not. Eunuchs, I believe, are people who I don't know if they take all of it or if they just take the berries. I don't know if they take the whole twig with the berries or just the berries. Also, welcome back. Ads are done. Welcome back, y'all. Yeah, I went into a whole fucking thing about Bagoaz because he's cool. But that's basically what I want these guys to convey. That third gender ambiguous priesthood. They're not eunuchs. They don't need to be. They already skirt the line between male and female naturally. Ugh, gross. And this is also a thing in old cultures, but they're considered that third thing. So a red male getting with a yellow male, an alpha male getting with a beta male is not considered gay. And a lady getting with a beta male is also not considered gay. Because they're all technically different genders in the culture. And this is actually a thing you can see in a few old cultures. I believe the Mayans might have done this. But this was real, like, popular to do in, like, Japan. In Japan, there used to actually be a three-gendered system, where you had female, male, gay, straight, and secret evil third thing. Yeah, he's the secret evil third thing. But yeah, in Japan, especially in the feudal system, there was a three-gendered system where there was male, female, and then the third thing. It was called the youth because it was technically AMABs who were considered men because they were in a specific stage of their life. Now, it was technically and disgustingly, what's the term? Pederasty practice, the shit that the Greeks and the Romans did. But that didn't mean adult males didn't do this. There were actually plenty of adult males who kept this aesthetic going and stayed third gender. Which is fucking cool to me. Hi, Zepha. Welcome in. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Is it Zepha or Zifa? It looks like Zepha to me. So, in Japanese culture, that third dude was not considered gay if he got with another guy. Which is, I know, weird, but it's just how they fucking did it. It's not gay. So, I don't know how these guys would handle homosexual relationships. I don't think it's whatever you want. I'm just gonna keep saying Zepha. It's technically whatever you want, because it's your name. But yeah, I don't think these guys would give too much of a shit about homosexual practices. So, 2 beta males could get together, 2 alpha males could get together. But I think they'd get a little mad about females doing that because there's less ladies to go around. And if there's 2 ladies already making out with each other, they're like, yo, you should be, like, having kids. And they're like, but we want each other. So, unfortunately, even though the women do have privilege in their culture, they are also stifled in their own ways. That's just how culture works. If you want to pronounce it French accurate, then oh, Xefa? Xefa? Is that how you say it? Xefa? I'm not good at this. Anyway, all cultural gender stuff out. I have garbage on my tablet. Hold on. Xefa. Okay. I can try. I will try. Where's my mouse? Ah, here it is. So, back on our original topic before I went on my huge fucking ramble. I've had each piece of clothing mean something for each individual that I've drawn here. I like the idea of them wearing skirts over their loincloths. Happy Ascension Day! What?
Ascending fucking nowhere, I'm right, goddammit.
Where are we ascending? Where am I going? Am I ascending? Am I going to ascend? Who's causing the ascension? Is it Bashar? Are we doing it? It is indeed. I am scared. I know. You're a goober. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. Christian holiday. Oh. Now. Is it Catholic? Because Ascension Day, the Star Children have come? Oh no. See, I thought Vandalt when I heard Ascension Day. I got scared. I was like, oh no, some shit's gonna go down. The Skulljackers are gonna start killing everyone. Christian, period. You say that. I was raised very Southern Baptist, and I don't know no Ascension Day. "40th day of Easter, Ascension to Heaven." Do you know Pentecost? No. I only really know very fundy Southern Baptist. Most people are not working today in France. Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, America don't give as much of a fuck about that. Today's just another day in America. Yeah, the thing that American Puritans, Baptists aren't fundies. No, but the Baptist church I went to was. That's why I'm calling it that. Because I did go Southern Baptist. I am born and bred Southerner. But I don't speak in my accent because my accent fucking pisses me off. It makes me sound uneducated. At least I think I sound uneducated when I hear it.
I know you think it sounds cute.
Wewan likes it. He thinks it's cute. You know what? You know what?
Daggum.
I'm a Church of Norway, a Protestant denomination. Yeah, no, what? American Protestants are a lot more crackheaded. American Protestants are the Protestants that the Protestants didn't want. They are Puritan. They are crackheads. Okay, this is how stupid American Puritan Protestants are. They don't consider Catholicism Christian. You're not Christian if you're Catholic. You're Catholic. You're not Christian. That's how fucking whacked out these people are. Like, back when I was dipped in that sauce real heavy, Christian and Catholic were two different things. That's how fucking stupid they are. The Puritans are different than the Protestants. Lutherans are cool. Catholics, cool. American Puritan Christian denominations, crackheads. Methodists are kind of cool, I guess. But no, I'm Southern Baptist. Originally. I don't believe that shit anymore. I stopped believing that shit when I was like 14. But I was raised in it, so I know how these fuckers think. It's stupid. It's stupid. There's a difference between Baptists and Southern Baptists. Stop dying, babe. Stop it. But yeah, so when I say Baptist or Southern Baptist or fundy Baptist, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the crackhead-ass Americans in the Deep South that believe in the rapture and think Israel needs to be a thing in order for the third church to be... It's a whole fucking thing. Fun fact, the Southern Baptists are outright lunatics. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. What? Yeah, they're crackheads. I promise you they're crackheads. They are mega churches or scams. Mega churches should burn down. Mega churches should not fucking exist. Mega churches... I don't think as a church you should be allowed to have a fucking TV station. That's wild to me. Granted, I wasn't in a mega church. The church I was raised in They were actually pretty chill for a Southern Baptist church, but they were still crackheads. After meeting, like, how Christians in total, like, everywhere else actually are, I'm like, wow, the church I came from were a bunch of crackheads. What are you talking about, Bubba? Are you cute? God, look at my model. I'm fucking bipping around. Anyway, because aren't religious figures supposed to make vow of poverty or some shit like that? I don't know. Vow of charity? Is that what it's called? I don't either. That's why I'm asking. That was stuff that I was not taught or learned about in my fundy Christian church. In France, they do. That's because Europe's cool, and Europe knows how Christianity actually works. America does not. Especially with this stupid, like I said, this dumbass wave of crazy, like you said, lunatic-ass Puritan churches. These big mega churches that know they can make millions off of their people. It's bad. And this is why we should tax churches in America. I'm not even Christian. That is fair. If you came to America, you'd probably start hating Christians. At least our version of Christianity. Our version is fucking gross and dumb. And there's a reason we're struggling as a country right now. It's because these motherfuckers have a chokehold on us and our government, even though we are the majority and they are not. It's wild. School teaches us stuff. Yeah, in my school, I was in a very small community. My school had 1,200 students, kindergarten to 12th grade. We had barely 100 students per grade. And the elementary school and the high school were right next to each other. That's how small this community was. You want on my head? Oh, jeez. I keep hiccuping and burping, help me. Anyway, I'm yelling about Christianity. Hey, Dredd, you could probably weigh in on this, right? You know how the South acts, right? You know how nuts-ass Southern Baptists act, I think. Maybe? I know you're probably not as dipped in it, bro. Because, like I said, I'm from Arkansas. I saw the shit. But I think Dredd might understand some of it as well. People mostly in the west of the U.S. wouldn't understand. Non-practicing Catholic by force. Fair. I must admit, while I'm pretty chill for a Christian, I admit I think megachurches teaching the prosperity gospel is outright heresy. It is heresy. It's all heresy. They don't actually read or understand the Bible. The thing about Christianity in the south of the U.S., they don't actually preach the Bible. In fact, some of them have been caught making fake verses. They're not true Christian. And it's fucking dumb. I was confirmed, but I went kicking and screaming because my mom deemed it necessary. Yeah. It's wild. I have a full legal name of Dreadifer Nuisance Animal Bernadette Captain. That is a hell of a name. Hell yeah. I like Dreadifer. Dreadifer makes me happy. Because Catholics need a confirmation name. That's actually hilarious. And that's a little weird. I wonder why. Didn't the New Testament cancel out the old one? Wasn't it said that it was supposed to override the first one? Me genuinely confused about that. Yeah, so John 3:14, I am the spy from Team Fortress 2. Lilith. What is actually John 3:14? Let's see. Not 16, 14. It's about a snake. Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, so too the Son of Man must be lifted up. You are the spy from Team Fortress 2. That's what it actually says here, yeah. I read in between the lines. That's what it actually means. Church of Norway doesn't do confirmation names. Yeah, like I said, we we have weird ass practices in America. Even Catholics in America are not like European Catholics. They're not even Mexican Catholics, which is really funny. So if you actually look between our countries, America's Catholicism and Mexican Catholicism are two very different Catholicisms. I've noticed a lot of Mexican practices come from European practices. Ours is a whole nother mess of bullshit. I don't know about Canada. I don't know how they do their religious practices. I just know we do things differently and badly. And yes, the New Testament is supposed to technically override the Old one. The Old one is not Christian, technically. The Old Testament is the literal Torah from Jewish traditions. Yo, that's me! It's him! Saint Bernadette is sick and those suffering bodily illnesses. Aw, I see. Apparently at like 14 I knew I was gonna have the arthritis. Hey, twinsies! Lila, no, don't be sick. But yeah, the Old Testament is technically the Pentateuch and parts of the Torah. And it's... those are writings for not the Jews. You don't... I don't know how to explain this other than... Old Testament is Jewish law. New Testament is supposed to be Christian law. What Jesus supposedly did was make a new law. He's saying, hey man, you don't have to follow the old law. If you follow my teachings, you get to be a new kind of a Jewish person, because at the time they weren't considering Gentiles. Gentiles only came in after Paul started mucking shit up. No offense to Paul, full offense to Paul. I fucking hate Paul, by the way. But you know, sinners in the hands of an angry God, fire and brimstone doesn't... No, I'm not gonna calm down. I'm very passionate about this shit. A fire and brimstone don't dance, gamble, or have a good time, blah blah blah. Yeah. The Old Testament has some wonderfully filthy passages, like the Song of Solomon. Solomon was a hoe. And we love him for that. But yeah, I've actually kind of gotten into arguments with certain Christians, being like, I don't know why you guys are focusing so hard on the Old Testament, because it has nothing to do with you. It's Jewish law, not Christian law. Stop it. Yeah, Old Testament is just us Jews complaining about all the shit God put us through. You know what? That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Your lizard wearing a pelt reminds me of Gabumon. Oh, hell yeah! I love Gabumon, because also lizard in a pelt. New Testament is Jesus annoys writing fanfiction. It's just Jesus fanfiction, and you are correct. I should probably stop bitching about religion and get back to world building, huh? Anyway, all of that aside, TLDR, Christianity in America is a lot different than Christianity in Europe. They don't worship God. They worship the big old dollar bill in the sky. Hey, so what's your lizard's champion Digivolution? It's probably some really strong buff dude with wings or something. Dang, Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. I told you! Solomon was a hoe! Solomon was a hoe! Leon's pointing at me and telling me to be nice because what? Do you own Solomon's ancestor or something? Descendant, yeah. Not ancestor, descendant, you were correct. Leon actually has an OC who is Solomon's descendant. So every time I talk shit on Solomon, he's like, hey, oh my god, is Solomon a Digimon? Solomon! Yeah! Anyway. What about Gundramon? That'd be wild. Beelzemon checks out. Beelzemon is hot as fuck. I'm thinking, am I thinking of the right one? I spelled Beelzemon wrong. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, Beelzemon's the hot one.
Water.
Water. Thank you for the water. Listen, I'm just thirsty because Beelzemon's hot. Beal Starmon? Is it a dude or a lady? I can't tell. Oh. Yeah, she's fine. I also really like Devimon, but I also really like Leomon. It's just Bayonetta. Bayonetta with bomb shoes. Gun. Fucking love Gundramon. Just find the dragon. Yeah, just find the dragon. Just gun the just take a dragon and staple a fucking gun to it. Dude, yeah? I have to ask, do you enjoy kvetching? I don't know, does Lilith enjoy kvetching? I wouldn't be a good Jew if I didn't. What's kvetching? Hi, the baby Gentile, turned pagan, turned agnostic wants to know what kvetching is. Beelzebumon? No, just Beelzemon. Bilzamon, however you pronounce it. The fuck is kvetching? Yeah, the dumb babies want to know. Kvetching equals complaining. Ah. Do you also have the chisme? Ah! Ow. On my face. I love learning about religion, especially when I am inspiring myself to make me old world. Yeah, it's always nice to know how other cultures work so that you can come up with your own shit. Solomon is very funny. Hi, Bio, welcome in. Kvetching is complaining to an art form. Ah, I see. Kind of like how the Norse have, what is it called? Not cooling. What is it? Oh, what is that word? Hold on. It's an art form. No, I have to look it up. Flitting! Flitting! Basically rap battles! I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they have rap battles! I love the Norse rap battles. They make me so happy. Oh, hello. Weewon just gave me a nice little spank. I'm bent over my chair fixing the fluff of my cushion. Flitting, the Bible is the OG isekai! Oh. Why is the Bible an isekai? Who got isekai'd in the Bible? Was it... I mean, that's... Actually, no, you're pretty right. A few people got stolen by God. Was it Job? It was someone. A few people got fucking snatched. Yeah, flitting is, fucking hilarious. Slam poetry. Yeah. It's so good. It makes me happy. Maybe not OG, actually. I'm trying to think. If isekai is by technical definition someone who goes to another world, either through by their own merit or by someone else, the Enuma Elish is its first isekai. Because Home Dog, Gilgamesh, goes to the underworld. He goes to another world on an adventure with his boyfriend Enkidu, who, spoiler alert, I think dies. First yaoi. Now, I know people want to say it's not. It's a yaoi. No one can lie to me. Jeez. Someone I know also theorized that the Bible was just Loki writing a new religion where he was worshipped as the sole god, but I don't know about that take. I will let you know for a fact, Snorri Sturluson, is that his name? The Norse, born, like, converted to Christianity monk guy, he wrote down, like, his ancestors' stories, but then he altered some of it to make it sound like Baldur was gonna be resurrected, and there was only gonna be one human and one human man and one human woman in a forest. And it was supposed to sound like at the end of the Ragnarok, the Bible starts. And it's like, Snorri, buddy, you didn't have to kowtow to your religion that hard, buddy. Just write down your stories. Just write down your family's stories, please. The oldest human in the Bible is Daniel. He was taken up to heaven while still alive and is still living. Yeah, Daniel. He got snatched. But I would still say it was the Enuma Elish. For some reason, in like a mini screen, because I'm doing other shit on my phone, the yellow one reads feline. Huh. It's got that kind of long face and rectangle mouth. She does look like a kitty. Unless we're talking about the dude on the right. Or it looks like the rectangle mouth and the lips read nose. Oh, no, I could see it. There was a handful of Aesir and a bunch of humans who survived Ragnarok. Yeah, according to Snorri, Baldur's the new god. And the humans start Adam and Eve or whatever. I'd have to reread all that stuff, but that's kind of how it ends. Not the orange. Okay, the lady. Got it. Yeah, this is the yellow female, the red male, and the orange male. Baldur came back to life. Yeah, he does. He does that after Ragnarok. And like I said, he's the new god, according to Snorri. He's the god of the Old Testament. Because Snorri really wanted to, like, combine his Christian religion with his Norse ancestry. And you can kind of tell. Eh? Oh, you're just doing a thing. Got it. Which is why, as much as I love using Snorri Sturluson as a reference for Norse mythology, you also have to kind of take it with a grain of salt at times because you know he's writing from a biased religious cultural lens. Snorri was like, what if we were Christian all along? It kind of, it was kind of, it's a little annoying. As someone who likes to know culture in their full context, it breaks my heart to see stuff getting fucking Christianized. I'm like, dude, I get it. Christianity's everywhere now, and I'm fucking sick of it. Magni and Modi inherited a Mjolnir. My nose. Anyway, I'm sick of talking about Christianity. I'm gonna go back to my lizards. Now, speaking of religion, I do want to focus primarily on these guys' religions later, because, like I said, these dudes are basically wearing their gods, their patron god of their city. So if we were to look at these guys, I'm pretending these three come from Laloawitsi, which means winged stone. Anyway, lizards. Yeah. Also, me doing this now is helping me to figure out how their language is going to work. Why is my music loud? Hold up. Shit got epic. Shit got real loud. Hold up. Let me turn that down. It was starting to get bad. I couldn't hear myself. But yeah, back on track. Let's get this train rolling back on its tracks. I want these guys to have their mountain god. It's going to be some sort of winged god that can fly over the mountains and pick up whatever it wants. Which is why she has those wings and a mountain. And it's why his god has a mountain crown and wings on top of him. This is their mountain god, and he's probably some sort of bird that perches on the mountain and pecks at it like mining. So he is the god of Laloawitsi. Now, I don't know if that's his name. His name probably is something else, and I'll have to figure it out. Because the way this works, Tenochtitlan means cactus stone. Huitzilopochtli apparently means hummingbird of the south, so clearly the gods aren't named after the city, and the city isn't named after the god. They're separated from each other. Obviously, the god can also take on more than one domain, too. So, if they want this god to represent both the sky and the ground, he can. He can be wind and earth, if he so wishes. But, yeah, I want the priests, specifically the priest. This guy would be a priest in this context. If he wasn't, let's say he was just an advisor, he would be wearing, and let's say he's this lady's brother, he would be wearing the same exact necklace as her. But because this guy is of the priest caste, I want him to be wearing a giant chunk of his god's totem. They probably also have a temple with a huge statue of their god depicted. They probably have tinier gods as well, little statues of other gods that people wish to pray to, especially gods like I said, the god of the river. Maybe they have a small one of the god of the forest because, let's say, people from Alatewa have moved to La Loawitsi and they live here because remember, this is our tiny kingdom now, a kingdom of two. So they're slowly starting to conglomerate each other into one massive culture. Hell, maybe over time they start building tinier structures and homes like this, and they start kind of like connecting each other in a way. Let's say these are tinier, like littler settlements that are spreading in between, but these are like considered the big places. Let's say this place is starting to get a little bigger, and it's starting to be ruled by a Lalua noble. Let's give it some ground, and let's say this is like a new river home. Let's see. I kind of want to call it Water Hill. Weetsi means stone, not hill. Let's come up with a word for hill. So, I don't know what Alatewa means. It's probably something to do with the fucking forest, but it's something. Let's see. I like using Sha or Showa. Let's say Showa. Showa. Because these guys do a lot of Ua and Oa sounds. Ooh, Shua sounds pretty. Shua. Like, because they call themselves Jernua. That Ua sound is very common in their language. Like, Tewa, Shua, La Loa. They like doing that in their language. So I'm going to call this Shua or Showa because the sh sound sounds like water. I really like using sounds like that for language study. For instance, if you want to have a word for really well, Weetsi doesn't follow this rule, but let's say we want to talk about something really big and broad. You use bo sounds, B-O, like ground, bound, brown. You use these big ass heavy sounds to denote that kind of stuff. It's like the whole Bobo versus Kiki thing. Kiki looks like this and Bubo looks like this. You know, that whole like sound puts images in your head. I like using that for when I make words. So Showa would be river, I think, or water. Maybe I could use something that means movement. So Showa. I'm gonna just say Showaka. Showako. Showako sounds nice. Showako could mean river because it means moving water. I don't want this place to just be called Showako though, because that would be the word for the actual river itself. Shoko. So Showako would mean river. River. And what else would I want to add to it? I'm gonna call it River Hill. River Hill just sounds nice. Whoa. Bear roar. La Lloyd, and it's Lloyd. It's Lloyd. La Lloyd. It's Lloyd, Dad. No. Lloyd. I named you. You ruined my life. How can I ruin your life? I wasn't even there. I know what you're quoting. Also, fun fact, Lloyd is pronounced Lloyd. It's why Lloyd and Floyd are considered the same name. Because it's people just mishearing it. It's a Welsh name. Because this is a h sound. Lloyd. Or Llywelyn. It's a very fun little sound. It's my favorite sound, by the way. The hl sound. It's my favorite. I need to look at more Aztec words. I should... Chico Motzoka. That's a name. Azteca Chico Motzoka. Woof. Anyway, I need to look at the way these guys have names so that I can get a bit more of an understanding on how I want to do it. Texcoco is fine. Huamantla, Xotlinco. Oh, all these names. I'm looking at codices, by the way, for those who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Dukes or Hellmans? Yes. For a second I thought you were about to say Ushuaia, which is a soap and it's funny. Oh. Nah, I'm just reading crazy ass words. Shoako. How would I want to say hill? Weetsi means stone. I don't think it would mean many stones. That would be dumb. Shoako. I'm just gonna say Shoako Chima. Chima. Shoako Chima. That can mean water hill. Which, fun fact, water hill, I believe, actually means something in Aztec. Nope. Or river hill, that's what it is. So Chima is hill. Or a padded piece of land. Fun fact, we're making language while we're doing this. Woo!
Are you making cute noises, Bibba?
Weewan is being cute over there. Okay, so we got Laloawitsi, Aletawa, Alatewa. I think Ala is one word and Tewa is another. Let's separate it so I know. But I don't know what the words mean because I have not gotten that far. We'll figure it out though. Laloa means winged, Weetsi means stone, Shoako means river, Chima means hill. So let's say this lady's daughter decides she wants to rule her own tiny city-state. There you go. There's her little head. Here's her hair. You okay, babe? And here she is just chilling on top. So that could also happen too. Two city-states could come together, end up... Do you know what the Norwegian word for waterfall is? I do not. I don't know a whole lot of words in Norwegian. Although I might actually know it because I know Norse in the most technical sense. Because I'm able to pinpoint English words that come from Norse words. So I may recognize it. Foss, as in faucet. That sounds about right. Also, it does sound slightly like a waterfall falling. I like when languages do that. English doesn't do it all that often. But it's very fun to do. Oh, let me actually do this real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna look up... Can I spell correctly, please? Am I okay? I'm gonna look up Nawa dictionary. Oh, no, I don't want to look up the words. I just want to see a big-ass list. Lexalogs, maybe? I don't want translators. I want a dictionary. I want to look at it. That doesn't help me either. Oh, you can download it. I don't want to download it. I'm so tempted to get Freelang again. Download the dictionary. I forgot about Freelang. Fun fact, freelang.net is a program that lets you have dictionaries of ancient and languages that you can look at. It can even let you make your own language. I owned... How about Olmecs? That's the Olmecs were... The Olmecs are the pre-Mayan. They're very old. The Olmecs were to the Aztecs like the Greeks were to the conquistadors. What's the name again? Are you thinking of the Inca? Or the Maya? Because the Inca were Aztec cousins that were hanging out in the corner. There's also the Mixtec and the Zapotec. Those are the dudes that were hanging out in the areas as well.
Thank you for the pet, by the way, Sugar Skull. Ow.
The dictionary thingy. Oh, it's called freelang.net. freelang.net. And it's really cool. It has a lot of languages. Oh, fuck. Zapotec is also old as fuck. They come from 2,500 years ago. Fuck, why are you guys old? Oh, they're called the Cloud People. That's interesting. They came after the Olmecs. Got it. They're like the proto-Aztecs that came after the Olmecs. And then the Epi-Olmecs, the post-Olmec civilization, made the Mayans, basically. It was like a gradual transition. I love the classes where you can pet the professor. Huh? God damn it. I mean, you can't... I'm not meaning to be a professor about it. I just really like cultures. It's really cool. Nice. Thank you for petting the Batfesser. Ow.
I'm on the floor!
Fucking ow. Anyway. Ow. How are y'all? Oh, wrong channel.
Wait. What?
Hey, it'd be real cool if my AI images hide option actually worked. Why am I looking at AI images right now? Whatever. Me looks up anything historical. My fucking web browser. Hey, this has been ginned. I'm like, please. Why do you hate me? Anyway. Don't mind me, I'm just crying into my pillow at night. Alright, I have to remember all of the different people that lived in the region. Because I don't know whose language is attached to whose. Yes, give me pre-Columbian cultures. I know about the Maya, I know about the Mixtec, I know about the Aztec. Chichimeca, I know about them. I know about the Olmecs. Toltecayotl? That's a name. That sounds... Oh, it's the Toltecs! Toltecayotl is the Toltecs! It's what the Aztecs called them. Wonder what their names mean. Bearar! Desmond using all of his legit mighty big brains to talk about languages and cultures. I love languages and cultures, and I fucking love Mesoamerican cultures. They're so cool. Even though we don't even have all that much information on them, because once again, fucking Spaniards, fucking bitch asses decided to destroy shit and fucking kill people and assholes. I can't really complain as much about the Mayans because the Mayans were kind of, well, they weren't on their way out culturally, but they were definitely not the...
Hi, Ceylon, welcome in.
The Mayans were definitely not the, like, dominant culture back then by the time the Spaniards got there. And the Olmecs were fucking gone. Let's see. It sucks, too, because when it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk about gods in the Mayan culture. This is God A. It's like, what do you mean? We don't have names? Nope, we don't have names. Damn it! Like... It's very frustrating. It's very upsetting. As someone who loves learning and loves learning culture, it's upsetting. Anyway. This is my map. I don't know what I'm doing with these guys, but I'm doing it. Trying to think. What was the point of making Shawako Chima? This is Jimmy. Gotta bees and porta potties. You reminded me of that fucking God of War song that Starbomb sang. Where it's like he killed every single god that exists, so now they're like all the gods that are lining up are like really minor obscure gods, and they're obscure over like the dumbest shit. Like Spermies, the god of busted nut. It's the stupidest shit. It makes me happy though. Yeah, right, babe? Breathing. He's sick of my shit. You. He called me gay and tiny. What the fuck? Hey, man, that's mean. He called me gay and tiny. Hey, man. Are you gonna take that? I guess. I don't know what else to do about it. And this is Bewilshnod Poopsmith, the god of common sense and butt plugs. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold up.
What's his fucking, like, religious symbol? Fucking...
What's his religious symbol? Well, a butt plug, obviously. Yeah. Anyway. Back to the game. Ow, itchy. Also, let's say that Shoako has been erected because they want to make a river god home. Like, they want to make a hub for the river god, since Alatewa is a forest god place, and Laloawitsi is the mountain god place. Shwako Chima is now the other god place. Oh, I should probably save this somewhere, huh? There we go. Zeus Poop Lord! Exactly. Also, credit to Danny Sexbang for that name. Danny makes up the best names on the fly. He comes up with the dumbest shit, and it's funny. Oh, hiccups. Alrighty. So, I think I might... Gratitouille. Oh, gratitude. Also, I'm trying to think about how I'm gonna do this. So these guys would technically be noblemen of Laloawitsi because of the jewelry that they're wearing. She's wearing the emblem of the city-state. He's wearing an emblem that doesn't say he's from any of these places. Unless he's from the forest area? I don't know. But his symbol does not say he's from any of these areas. You're not Frauag. I'm Frauag! Hiccup. But then this guy is wearing the Laloawitsi god. I don't know what the god's name is yet. I'll have to come up with that later. We're not worrying about the religion as of right now. Alrighty. So if this is nobility, what did the lower people look like? And what did the higher people look like? I would assume people of a higher caliber would be wearing even crazier shit. These guys would be wearing gold, obviously, a lot of gold. Hugsman Dojula. Let me go look at my reference pictures that I have saved, because I have references. I have the reference. Me, I have the reference. Okay, where? Right, races. Jernua. Yeah, my Jernua folder is very full of references of how I want these creatures to look and how I want them to dress. So, like, for instance, this is very pretty, and I could see someone who worships a certain god doing this, where they carve the face of their god into a shell or a piece of clay, and then they wear it. It's not a whole-ass totem like what a priest is wearing, but it would be like a how to show reverence to a certain god that they care about. Let's see. Journua fashion. And I base these gemstones and, like, trinkets off of shit like this. Like, see. This would be considered a Journua, house trinket of some sort. And for their gods, I wanted it to be something like this, where they were wearing the face or the body of their god. Let's see if I can't find another one that I have saved. Nope, that's just another head. That's just another head. And this is based off of the feminine attire. Ah, here we go. This is kind of what I base their god totems off of, like these little jewelry pieces you can put on your body. Oh yeah, and this little guy. He's cute.
Hello? Butler Jenga.
Yeah, I got you. I realized why my music was so loud. It's because I was loud. Danny doing an ear nom. Nyam, 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 nyam. Come here, Danny. You can nibble my ear, but just a little nibble, okay? Just a tiny bit. Just a little nibble. Not allowed to get a big chunk. My ears are huge. There you go. But she still can't have all of them. That's greedy. She's gotta share. Alright, also this little guy. I thought he was cute. Ha! My shit disappeared. Oi! My stuff closed out. Rude! There we go. Yeah, Denny doing a little num 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 num. She's a good friend. She's a sweet girl. Also, this is another design that I really liked that I used for my warrior guy. So, these are just symbols and pictures that can be used for your respective location that you're from. Also, fun fact, the ancient Egyptians also had these kind of necklaces. Hence why it closed because it was too impressed. It was too impressed by me. But that's where all of these little symbols are coming from. From Egyptian, some Greek, and some Aztec and Mayan decorative designs. Because these are all like Bronze Agey groups that I'm peeking at and seeing what would fit most with whatever religion I have and whatever culture I want to give these guys. Because these dudes are also Bronze Age. Let me actually look up the Aztecs. Did they have bronze tools? I think they had bronze. They did have metallurgy. They had a lot of gold. They loved gold. They used stones. They used, what's it called? They used obsidian. They loved obsidian. Yeah, I think I'll stick with ancient Egyptian inspired looks when it comes to weapons. Because they were Bronze Age and they were good at it. Meanwhile, these guys are technically located where more Mesoamerican cultures would be located in their region. So they have access to similar things that they did. Like I said, like rubber and cotton. Which is why they probably play with, like, rubber balls and stuff. Damn it, Leon. They also have a shit ton of gold. But I also want them to be using bronze, and I want them to be using brass. Thank you, Youngers Go. Because I love using brass for stuff, too. Oh, shit! Hold up. Pre-Columbian bronze tools. Hell yeah. Okay, so these guys also had bronze. Incas! The Incas had bronze! Yeah! Anyway, ad starting in a minute. Incas had bronze. I mean, so did the Aztec, so did the Mexica, but apparently the Inca had bronze. So, yeah. These people are a Bronze Age people. The moment you said brass, I thought of the create mod on Minecraft. Hee hee. No, I'm thinking of it in a way of bronze being a strong alloy that they use for tools because of its tougher nature, but brass is more brittle and has a lower melting point, so they would use that for decoration. They also use gold for decoration, but gold is more reserved for the elite. Brass is more of a common man's material, yes. They are more artisanal. Meanwhile, I feel like laborers would probably be using wood and stone for certain materials instead when it comes to jewelry and accessories. I heard a can of whoop-ass being opened. You did! Yeah, I didn't know they used bronze for stuff. That makes me very happy. I figured, but it's nice to have confirmation. Also, brass is very good for killing bacteria. It is. It breaks down the microbial composition of bacteria. So, I feel like they used brass for a lot of cleaning. Like maybe they had brass cups and brass foods, or brass like bowls and stuff. Not food, they didn't eat brass. But like holding food. I feel like they might use it for that. Because they realized you get less sick when you eat off of bronze or brass tools. Bronze too. Bronze does it too, and it's because copper is the metal that kills bacteria. But I feel like they do it with brass more often than bronze, because bronze is a tools metal, not a decorative metal. Not in their culture. Copper's good for antibacterial stuff, so any alloys with copper is good for that. So that's what I'm going to be doing with their brass stuff. The power of copper! Copper pan! I upgraded my weapon hearts to dual wield. I love... That shit's hilarious. Djibouti Dubs is funny as fuck. For those who don't know what the fuck I'm quoting, Djibouti Dubs.
That's my
Hey, it's me fucking PN. Actually, I can look at a whole catalog of bronze stuff. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I could also look at Chinese stuff a little bit as well. I also really like Chinese stuff. Also, I don't know who was here for my fucking crack-ass, like, crack theory on, on Chinese and Mesoamerican connections. I remember. Good. Also, yes, that was a bear roar. Holy shark buckets! Jeez. I don't know if these guys have glass yet. I'm sure they have glass to a small degree, and they use it for, like, beads and stuff, but I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I'm like, they don't have all the material that they would need for glass. Ooh. That is pretty. Why is Cinnabar so pretty? They also have to have jade. They have to. Jade is such a Mesoamerican thing, but once again, it's also a Chinese thing. Fun fact. Fun fact, for no fucking reason, Chinese and Mesoamerican cultures seem to have a lot in common, even though they're not technically connected to each other at all. But they are actually connected, in fact. I lied to you. In the most technical of senses, they are, because the ancient peoples who would later become the Mesoamericans and the Chinese were the same people who walked the land bridge over 10,000 years ago to get to the Americas. So, in the most technical senses, they are related. Ethno-groupingly, they are related. Culturally, they share similarities that freak me out. We. Hi, Starrod. Desmond's Chinese? No! I'm a southern white boy. It's almost like there was a land bridge between China and North America at one point. There was! But it's also really weird that they share a lot of cultural things that developed later. Were they predestined to both have these cultural similarities because they share the same ethno group? I don't want to speculate that. What's the crime? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal. Eating a seal. A succulent Chinese seal. But yeah, I just find it really interesting that they share a lot of cultural similarities here and there. They both use jade as a sacred gemstone. If you look at some of their outfits, the Mesoamerican clothing can start to look kind of like Tang Dynasty clothing. Sometimes it'll look like a hanbok as well. There were empresses that wore these huge fucking outfits that looked really close to hanboks. Their hairstyles were similar. They would wrap them up in double buns on top of their head. They would have loops on the top of their heads. Braids were also very common, but that's just a human thing. We braided our hair. But they would also have these big, giant fucking things that they would wrap their hair on. Once again, Tang Dynasty. They also painted their teeth black. It was a fashion statement, and it was to keep the teeth from going yellow. But they did that. And that was when I was sitting there going, okay, this is getting a little weird. What fucked me up, though, is that they are the only two cultures, East Asian and Mesoamerican, that have a bunny goddess of the moon. The only two cultures. So it makes me wonder if, at the very least, some of these practices might have been held onto by ancestors, and they brought it back up once they were settled down in the Mesoamericas. Benui, yeah. What did they use to paint their teeth? I don't know. It was a black material, though, to keep your teeth from, like, getting stained. It could have been some sort of charcoal. It was something. It was some sort of black paste that dried, and it kept the teeth from getting stained. But yeah, they're the only two cultures, like region-wise, that have a bunny goddess of the moon, specifically. Which makes me wonder, was a bunny in the moon an even older concept than what we think of when we think of the Chinese? Like, was it a prehistorical... either that or tar from tar pits. They probably used charcoal paste. I think it was some sort of charcoal paste, I guess. Anyway, that's my whole fringe hypothesis. There is no link that they are connected other than that fucking land bridge, but that happened thousands of years before these cultures actually showed up. But I still find it really interesting, at the very least. And it does make me wonder if there are very, very ancient cultural practices that ethno group had, and they kept when they walked the land bridge. Maybe it wasn't as developed as it would have been in the heights of their culture, but maybe there was a culture of some sort that they carried across that land bridge. Fun fact, I still see containers of charcoal powder sold in dental aisle that you use to help clean your teeth. Oh, geez, you can do that? Oh, fuck, I didn't know that. Wouldn't that hurt? No? Well, I mean, if they're still selling it, it clearly works, because that means people are buying it. Interesting. Contemplation. Also, I do like the idea of these guys using lacquer for a lot of shit, which is probably why their nails are so strong. Well, the powder is not abrasive. Oh, okay, never mind. That would make sense. Because when I heard charcoal, I'm just like, huh, my teeth feel the grinding. But if it's not abrasive, then it probably feels fine. You mix it with water into a paste and brush lightly. Mm-hmm. Oh, got it. Oh, burp. Hold on, huh? Burp. Ugh, burp. Alright. I haven't done a single art, by the way. I've just been screaming. Well, no, that's not true. I drew a whole map over here. Alright. And with soft for extra soft brush bristles. Ah, okay. I think I get it. Borpus burp. Borp. Okay, that's my symmetry brush. So I'm going to... Let's make it purple. Naked. Let's bring these guys' outfits down a little bit, and I'm gonna do some sketching here on how I think the royalty could look like. Because I do want the royalty to be like a chiefess plus, you know? Because the way these guys usually work, and by default, when you're nobility, you have your chiefess, your warlord, and then your high priest or advisor, depending on if the land is more culturally significant for a religion or not. Hey, Desmond, guess what? You're epic. You're epic! Hey, Leon, guess what? You're epic. Chicken Skull calls you epic. He's making an eyebrow face. He said, oh, eyebrow face. Okay, let's zoom in on her, and let's figure out what I'm gonna do with her hair. Her hair is super long, by the way. Have some chalky milk? Oh, hell yeah! Go get some chocolate milk, Sugar Skull. Hey. Yawn. Yawn, baby. That me, I'm yawn, baby. Okay, let's do this. Thank you, Sugar Skull. I'm gonna go look up monarchs and royalty and what they usually wore. Well, they do wear hats, and they have very interesting makeup. What I really like doing is going to websites that have a fuck ton of, pieces from the cultures that I'm looking at, and it usually helps. And even though I am looking at Maya and Aztec, like I said, I'm also looking at Egyptian stuff. And I have also considered Chinese stuff a little bit. As well as Roman, Greco-Roman stuff, because I am trying to focus on Bronze Age people in that certain region. I might go look and see how the royalty dressed in Egyptian. Can I spell Egyptian right? No? Okay. I spelled it stupid. Okay, so big hats, I feel like, would probably be a good thing for these guys. Nobility doesn't really seem to wear as many hats, but I feel like royalty would probably be wearing headdresses. Egyptian! No, I spelled it Epidgen. Epidgen. I spelled it stupid. I accidentally swapped the P and the G. So it was dumb. It was a dumb. I did it. I did the dumb. Ah, egg pigeon. Yeah. Well, epigidgeon, actually. It would be epigidgeon. Gudgeon! It would be epigidgeon. They would probably also have death masks. For those who don't know what that is, it's like a mask you put on someone's grave or body that was carved to look kind of like them. It was a death mask. The Egyptians as well as the Mayan and Aztec also had death masks, so it would only make sense that these guys probably do something similar. But I'm not going to be focusing too much on how they handle death in their culture yet. Right now, I'm focusing primarily on clothing. I don't get to focus on clothing all that often, so I'm doing it now. And being able to have a bunch of caste systems like this makes creating clothing variation very fun. So kind of like Cubone wearing its mother's skull, but more sophisticated. Like Cubone wearing its mother's skull, but no. Like a Cubone... It would be like if someone passed away, and then you had that person's face carved into a piece of jade, and you put it on their face. It's a death mask. I don't know if any of that made sense. Alright, so Queenie here, she is obviously consort to someone. Or someone's consort to her. Consort is what I'm calling their marriage, basically. Like the Pharaoh's death masks in popular culture. Yes, basically. Pharaohs did it in ancient Egypt, but like I said, the Mayans and the Aztecs also did it. It was made out of jade. Let me look it up real quick. They did this. This is a death mask of a Mayan. It's technically the Mayan king Pakal. So they took jade and they shaped it to what his face looked like in life, and then they put it on him in death. I feel like they have something similar, because the multiple cultures that I am basing these guys off of probably did the same thing. I also feel like they may have a tiny version of the death mask, especially if they're, like, super influential, of their ancestors, like, in a cupboard, because that's what the ancient Greeks did. Let me look that up real quick before I give you false info. Yeah, death masks in Mycenae. The Mycenaean Greeks also did it. You know, another Bronze Age culture that I'm looking at. The mask is placed on the face of the deceased. Yes, makes sense. Those masks must look really cool, though. Oh, definitely. Also, this would probably just be practiced once again by the wealthy and the privileged. If you were a lower status person, it would probably be carved in wood. That looks cool and a little spooky. Jade's such a pretty stone. Jade is gorgeous. Jade is beautiful. But yeah, the ancient Mycenaeans also did this. They had this, for instance. This was a guy in Mycenaean Greece. This was his death mask. And they would wrap it around the head. I find this really cool. So I might do death masks for these guys when they die as well. But like I said, right now, I ain't focusing on the dead. I'm focusing on the living. In the bit. Ow. Alright, so let's get started on the hats. So, I don't think the lady here would be wearing anything kooky. At least too kooky. Since we are technically focusing on the capital of La Loawitsi, let's pretend that this chiefess is now a queen. She has conglomerated Alatewa to her new budding kingdom, a sister has gone out, or I guess like let's say a great aunt has fucked off, and in the span of 40 to 50 years, she has erected a new city-state that everyone is using as kind of like a trade between the two. It's like a stopgap, right? And it's called Shuako Chima, meaning River Hill. It's like a little river spot. Because she is now essentially queen of these guys, she's chiefess plus, she's going to start upgrading her wardrobe as well to show that she is different from these guys. What was that mask made of gold? If so, that would make sense since gold is soft. That is true. It did say they used it kind of like foil, like a thin foil that they like kind of pushed into the face, and then they used a soft tool, I'm assuming like a bone tool, to chisel the death mask, and then they'd wrap it around the head, and then the deceased would wear the head mask. And that way, even when the body is long since rotted, you still have the face of your ancestor, and you can tell what they looked like, which I find really fucking cool. Let me get a little yawn out. Alrighty. But yeah, now that she is queen and she's raising, Laloawitsi is becoming a capital city, she's going to start using more iconography of her city to kind of like elevate her status. So I think the birds that would be living on these mountains, now it would be ethical. I feel like they would be considered huge no-no if they started intentionally killing any native hawks or birds that or eagles that lived on these mountains. However, ones that were old or were already dying, or even feathers that they've lost, they probably take feathers from these guys, because they can't wear clothing that of things that they've killed themselves. They're not of the warrior class. Yankee sugar. But they can send their warlords, perhaps, to go and fetch these feathers for them. Ethically. Because I think they'd be superstitious that their wing mountain god would be pissed off if they were killing the creatures that represent him. So I feel like they'd be careful about it. So the question is, though, would she want to wear those feathers? I do know the Aztecs did wear feather hats. Let me go and look at their hats. They also wore, well, this is Peruvian, actually. Peruvian stuff looks gorgeous, by the way. I fucking love Peruvian pre-Columbian outfits. They are beautiful. I might actually go look at Peruvian jewelry and hats, because Peruvian stuff is beautiful. I also might utilize the nose piercing thing. I wasn't giving it to my nobility because I'm like, why would they do that to their noses? Also, I was thinking of something maybe like this for the necklace, because let's say her warlord husband goes and gets her these feathers. Warlords are allowed to use stuff that they've killed to give to someone that they're married to. It's like an associative thing. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. Like, let's say you're a florist, for instance, and to mark your husband as yours, you start making, like, flower crowns to put on his head every week. You know, it's kind of like that. It's like you are clearly married to a florist, you know? For them, it's, you're married to a warlord, so I'm marking you as such. My nose itches. They'll also probably be wearing a lot more clothing. Nobility already wears a lot of clothing because it's like a, look, I can afford all these textiles. But for these guys, it would be even more so. It would be like, look, I can definitely afford all these textiles. Okay, let me drag this in real quick. I'm just organizing my clothing and jewelry that I have everywhere. In my folder. I also want them to have kooky hairstyles. The Aztecs and the Mayans had like I said, kind of kooky Tang Dynasty hairstyles. I also might go look at actual Tang Dynasty hair. Maybe they don't wear hats. Maybe they just wear crazy-ass hairstyles with stuff in it. Can I spell correctly? Thanks. Yeah, I think I might have their nobility look a little more Tang Dynasty. Where they're up in loops and buns and stuff. Maybe they even paint their cheeks or something like a more rouge color. Like just to give them this air of aggression and authority. I think I might do that. Yeah, I think I won't do that. Okay, let me go look at the different hairstyles. I don't like that one. I don't like that one either. I'm looking for a specific era. Yeah, I think I might give them like a side-by-side ring bun. This lady's wearing her hair down because I gave her a kind of casual look.
Oh, hello, creature.
Babe, look what I caught!
A creature.
I'm gonna turn this back on. I was cold as fuck earlier, but... Oh.
Creature! Kiss them! Cecil, you got kissed. What do you want, huh? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Alright. Baby boy. Can I kiss? 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 Kiss.
Alrighty, let's figure out how I'm gonna do this lady's outfit. So, I'm going to pretend this bitch is in full fucking regalia. There's something else I need to work on.
Bulujinga!
What are you putting on me? Are you giving me my cat? One blippo!
Blippi! Okay. I'll blip blip over here on my shoulder. Come here, blip blip.
There's Blippy! Sitting right on my shoulder. Alrighty, I'm just scrolling through a website that has like different hairstyles for the ladies. That's pretty good, it's fine. It's fine, I guess. It's not giving me what I'm looking for though. I was thinking of something else. Ooh, like this. Okay, so I've got my ladies pulled up. I do need to still look for clothing. Hmm. Pretty music. That's Korean. That's Nguyen Dynasty. That is not Chinese. I don't think. That is Thai. Okay, so I've been thinking about it, I've been looking at it, and if these ladies are wearing some sort of hat, it's not going to work the same way hats work for us, because the horns are in the way. So I'm thinking, what if instead they wear something down the middle of their head, maybe? So, like, right here. They have a strap that wraps around the head. And then they have, like, a big-ass feather of, like, that hawk that I told you about. I'm gonna pretend the hawk looks like a peacock a little.
Hi, you. Can I help you?
There we go. So now they have this big-ass feather sticking out of their hats. And then let's say they have a few more that are flared out this way. And it's, like, bunched up really hard. Cecil, you were fucking with your dad. Cecil's fucking with Leon, and it's kind of funny, but it's a little frustrating to watch. There we go. So what if they're wearing some sort of big-ass feather hat like that? Why not face crowns? They could also wear face crowns. I was thinking they would use their horns.
Hi. Thank you for the pet.
Water.
Water.
Yes, I will get the water. Thank you for the sippy.
And the save. You're right.
Water.
Oh, man. Yummy. Oof. So, I'm thinking they use their horns to hold on to extra shit. Because this lady would probably want to look as ostentatious as possible. What kind of jewelry do I want to give her? It's important to make your pits. Oh, I see. I'll make it pits. She would also have a bunch of crazy-ass makeup as well. I also like the idea, like I said, of using her horns to hold on to jewelry, so there would be, like, a jewelry piece here that she slips on. And then, like, the chains are coming down her head. Like this. What, Lovey?
Oh, Leon has Cecil in his arms.
Reload your bladder like a pump-action shotgun. You right. Reloading. Alright, I'm still scrolling through Chinese looking outfit, and I just found the Japanese tradition of dyeing your teeth black. It's called ohaguro. You did it to show that you came of age, you're getting married, it's hot as fuck according to Japan, they thought it was hot. You needed to apply it every other day. It was very interesting. Both genders did it. Interesting. And it was basically noble things that nobility did to show that they were dope. You alright? Is he giving you baby needs? Aw, Cecil's kneading on Leon, but he's kneading on his arm, so it's like tiny little needles. Yeah, I'm just looking at Chinese and Japanese clothing right now. Because I want to find hairstyles. I want her to have a nice hairstyle that goes with this hat that I put on top of her head. No, I don't like the doingles coming out of the hair. Also, I like the idea of her wearing like a pendant or something on this necklace. On this head thingy that she's wearing. Because maybe they didn't do this. Or maybe they did. Because like they'd have a bar going into their nose like that. And then it would come out the other side like this. I don't know. I don't like it. I keep wanting to do it because it's a cool design, but I don't like it. I'm just gonna keep jewelry like this. then she has like maybe this being designed or something, and it curves with the nose a little bit. And then the earring pieces are going to be fucking huge. Considering, I'm thinking about the hat. Oopsies. I did not mean to move that. That was an oopsie doodle. Because I wanted to wear a big thing on top of her head, but I'm still thinking about what it would look like. It could be buns, but I want it to be a hat of some sort. It can be both. Hold up. Okay, so let's say this is her hair. It's in its own thing. It's doing its own thing. Let's say in the back, she has a big-ass bun of her hair, right? Let's say she has another smaller set of buns that are sticking out from this piece of her horns. And let's say there's something clinging to the bun, and it's sticking out. If that's the case, let's get rid of these smaller ones. Yeah. Oh, little boy. Do I want her to have cool danglies? I have cool danglies on the ears. Do we want cool danglies on the headpiece? I think I want cool danglies on the headpiece. Maybe the headpiece even, like, clips to the horns a little bit like this. So it stays in place. Buns? Bins! No. Bins. No. Bins. Leon's so funny. He's so silly. Alright, let me do... Where is it? Where's me folder? There's me folder. Alright, I'm gonna go look at feminine clothing. I want to give her something like this as well. This big fuck you collar. I feel like it was crafted to go underneath her wedding collar, her marriage collar. Let's say her marriage collar is... This would actually probably be a river metal collar, like, to wear. Let's find something better. I have an idea. Because the Mesoamericans loved doing this, I think I might have some of her hair here sticking out. Like this. So I'm gonna do a thing. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna get rid of this for now. Right? We're gonna let this be its own thing later. But I'm gonna have her hair sticking out from in these horns. Because, fun fact, the Mesoamericans did this shit where they'd have pigtails and ponytails coming out from the front and the back and the sides. Let's see if I can't find a good hairstyle to show you what I mean. I have to be very careful with what I show you because a lot of the art that I have saved has their tits out. And I know that's lame as fuck that Twitch wouldn't let me show that. Because, like, it's not sexual. This is not a sexual piece of art that I have. This isn't a sexual piece of art that I have. It's just the vulva. Not the vulva. I saw Wolf and I was gonna try and say Wolf and Booba at the same time and I said fucking vulva, kill me. Anyway, this is a pretty good example of, like, a very simple bun hairstyle, and I could see that adding to the hair and wrapping around the horns. However, this is a very peasantry-looking hairstyle. This is a very simple crown hairstyle that the lower class would wear. Meanwhile, let's see.
Oh, thank you for the stretch.
Let me see if I can't find a more what's the word? A more kooky hairstyle. Because the Aztecs and the Maya also had whack-ass hairstyles. Oh, like this lady. This lady has, like, a piece of hair sticking out from the front. She's also wearing a nose piercing. Like, they did kooky shit with their faces. Let's see if I can't find any more hairstyles that I have saved. Now, how's your kitty?
My kitty is good. He was sitting in Wee Wan's lap, and now he's over there getting a drink. Are you getting a drink, baby boy? Yeah, he's drinking. Good kitty.
Alright, I know I saved a thing full of hairstyles. Where is it? Is he trying to move it? Oh. What? Sissel, stop putting your string in your water. Stop it. Oh, here's another good example of hairstyle when I was saying, yeah, they used to take their hair and just stick it everywhere after wrapping it. They did kooky shit with their hair. I know I saved more hairstyles than this. This doesn't super look like what I'm picturing. Where did I save this? I know I saved this picture. Unless I didn't. Big roar! Oh, Bubba. It's okay. Would it be in clothing here? Don't mind me, I'm looking for fashion statements with the hairstyles, and I thought I saved the hair, but I guess fucking not, unless it's somewhere else. It's not in here.
It's not in here.
I felt that from the Earth's core. Yeah, you vibrated sugar skull there, babe.
Cecil, you are whiny.
Oh, this is kind of what I'm picturing.
What?
They also did shit like this. So the hair just fucking stuck up out of their head. So I think that's what I'm gonna do for this lady. I'm gonna give her pigtails sticking out from her hair. To show she's like a queen. And it gives her hair volume and it gives her more height. Same thing with this giant bun wrapped around this. And their hair is pretty thick. I also feel like they might add to the hair. Like using like either dyed cotton or what? Or like animal fur. And then underneath she'll have the rest of her hair. And then of course she has to have braids. You right?
Oh, Cecil's trying to play.
Oh, Cecil's trying to play with Dad. Cute. I heard Leon. Yeah, you did. You posted something in live chat.
Oh, I will peek.
Where's my Discord? Where's my Discord? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's a big fucking hat. No, that's a big hat. That looks more African than Mesoamerican, though. But that's still a big fucking hat. I'm gonna look up Aztec hairstyles, see what I can't find. Hey. Aztec clothing, yes.
Meow, meow, meow. What, baby boy?
He said, oh, here's a good representation. Oh, no, get back here, get back here. There we go. This is also a good thing. I really like this guy's art, by the way. His name is Kama... Ah, fuck.
I can put...
We love Captain Spell. I have not been a Shadow Wizard in so fucking long. Y'all, this is a momentous occasion. Kama Sutra? No, not quite. Y'all, why does my voice match the Shadow Wizard more than my own model? I'm a Shadow Wizard. It's the Shizard! It's me, the Shizard. I did it.
Water.
Water. Let's get a sippy, sippy, sippy. But yeah, this is a pretty good example as well of how their hair worked. Although this is more warrior hairstyles. But my warriors wouldn't cut their hair like this. I could see a lot of warriors in the Aztec culture having their hair cut because you don't want that shit grabbed. But for my dudes, you just wrap that shit up in a fucking bun and call it a day. If you don't want it to get grabbed. You also would wear something over your head, like a helmet or something.
Water.
Yummy. Shadow Wizard form. I don't care how small or big the room is. I cast Fireball! I do. I do cast Fireball. Thank you for noticing. Zolt's comic. That's his name. Zolt's something. It's Zolt's something. That's the dude who draws that art. And I really like his art style. Alright, so looking up Aztec hairstyles didn't help me. My cheeks. My cheeks itched. I also do like the idea of warrior men wearing just like a simple bun on the top of their head. Like, yeah, this is what we do. This is what we're doing. If you're a warlord, though, it's almost prestigious to wear a bunch of unnecessary crap on you. Because you're saying, look what I can do with all this shit on me. I don't need shit to be still. I don't need to take off my stuff to be stealthy. Make sure you type fuck AI at the end of your search phrase. You're right. Okay, so DuckDuckGo should have a AI images hide option. I have it turned on. It's just some of it slips through the cracks. And it's very upsetting. To me personally. Because I don't want to look at that ugly shit. You think I give a fuck about your ugly ass AI generated content? No. Your, what was it called? Computer rendered artificial picture? Your crap? No one fucking wants it. No one wants it here. Get it the fuck out. It only catches things that are tagged as AI, and most AI bros don't do that. Yeah, because they're fucking bitches. I'm sorry, I'm angry. I'm a little angry at them for being bitches! Anyway. Yeah, I know, I'm just teasing.
My nose itches.
Okay, so I've stared at a bunch of hair. I'm still staring at a bunch of hair. Yeah, I could have sworn I had saved a bunch of hairstyles, but I guess not. I guess the fuck not. Oh well. Desmond has gonna be so far off track, he's looking at bunnies. I am looking at bunnies. How'd you know? No, but seriously, I thought I fucking... I found it. Found it. Okay. So, this is the hairstyle thing that I was thinking of. It's a little gabungy, but it is hairstyles that I was thinking of. Look how fucking kooky this shit can get. Look, she's got like a front thingy sticking out of her head. She's got the kooky ass buns in the back. It can get fucking gnarly. She also has that front doingle. She has a bun with hair coming out of the bun. So does she. I like the idea of their buns having that as well. Points. Gay! Yeah, and? If that's the case, I'm gonna do this. I am gonna have these sticking out of her head. And she is wearing this little hat thingy. She'll also be wearing earrings. That I would like to have like a really cool little dangle too. I was gonna say, did you accidentally hit S instead of D? What did maybe? I'm sick, be nice to me. Yes, Sesman's my new name. Yeah, how'd you know? Alright, before I forget, I'm gonna save this shit in here. There we go. We're gonna keep that nice and saved, nice and tucked in my fashion folder. There we go. That way I don't lose it. I refuse to lose it again. I'm also gonna save this, because why not? Don't mind me, I'm just saving a bunch of pictures.
Water. Thank you for the water.
Oh, I think I already have this picture. I do. Ugh. There's the battler goes again, reading chat backwards like like a dirtbot. Listen, man, I do that, okay? Sesman Sacul. Yeah, me. Alright, everything has been saved. Everything looks good. I still keep seeing those nose piercings, and I keep thinking about doing it, but it just doesn't work for these guys. I need to stop. I need to stop trying to force the fucking, square peg in the round hole. It ain't fitting. But if I cut the corners off the square peg... No, I need to not. A front cape? I like front capes. Front capes are cool looking. This guy's wearing a front cape. Not a butt cape. Don't mind me, I'm saving, like I said, lots of these pictures, because it's very helpful. They're mostly pictures that look like this. It's like, oh yeah, this is clothing that we've seen them wearing. Because it is based off of images that we've seen actual, Aztec, and Mayan, like, booklets having them wearing, or, like, not booklets as well, what's it called? Statues. We also have little statues of these guys wearing this shit. Like this as well. This is a very common set of warrior clothing. Now, my warriors do not wear as much armor. They don't need it. They have scales. But they do wear padding. And that's what this is. They will also wear little hats or little masks that attach to their horns to show what kind of warrior they are. I just hope everyone loves the art I posted in Discord because I worked hard on it and it's a surprise gift to my mom and I thought I may share. Oh, I have not seen it. I only look at live chat when I'm streaming. Is that the Tinkerbell cute? It's very cute. I'm very proud of you. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't look at art. I don't look at any other channel unless it's on live chat because I don't want to have to, scooch around my entire server to find what people are trying to show me. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, of course! I'm sure she'll love it. Ooh. Sorry, I found a really cool hat. Dude, this guy looks sick! Oh my god, I need this for my warlord. Okay, I'm gonna keep this thing open, and I'm gonna draw it for my warlord once I'm done with the queen. So, for those coming in and not knowing what's happening, I'm drawing my Jernua royalty. This is nobility right now, also in a more casual setting, and I am drawing what the super royalty would wear. I kind of want her to have the doingles coming off this. And then she'll have the little pigtails, like I said, coming out from between the horns to hang around her head like this. I like the pigtail idea. Boop, boo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, so the queen has her pigtails. I don't know if I want to give her more braids or not. I feel like braids could be like a... Braids are what you use when you don't want your hair to get broken or hurt. Maybe she doesn't have braids? Maybe she just has her long-ass hair? Let me go stare at more Aztec hairstyles. Oh, their hair's down. Their hair's down as well. They do like having their hair down, but they also just as easily pull it up. Is that Miku? Someone made a fucking Miku. Mayan Miku. It's funny. Ooh, I love that hat. God, I need this hat. I'm gonna be putting this hat on my boys. Yeah, I think I'll just let her hair stay down. I've been looking at a bunch of different designs, and so far, hair down. Hair just down. You okay, babe? What'd you do? What happened to your brain? Man, yeah, that math does it, huh? Alright, so there's the hair and accessories that she's gonna be wearing. Let's tone it down just a bit so we can give her her clothing. The little statues is what I meant. Oh, now is the statues the warriors wearing the Aztec armor made of bronze, brass, iron, gold, or marble. Stone, usually. Because they're carvings. Now, the ones wearing Aztec armor, that's not carved. That is actually painted in their codices. Typically. Make it out of styrofoam. They didn't have styrofoam. Yeah, those Aztec warriors that I showed you, these guys, this was painted in a codices. I think I might have her hair pulled up in that bun and then trailed down her body in a much lower capacity. So, like, this hair stays, but this hair does not. So she'll have this coming out from this part of her hair, and this coming out from this part, but anything back here is going to be trailed down. And like a little river. Oh, right, and the collar. So let's turn this down. Let's give her her outfit. So the collar that she wears is going to be the most intricate, pretty thing you will ever see. it'll have probably this big honkin' thing in the middle, with some sort of decoration in it. I saw art of someone drew of Mayan Vegeta. Well, that sounds kind of cool. Sorry, I had an itch. Alright, so here's her collar. It's probably going to be made out of a fuck ton of beads. And it probably goes for a good amount of her body, like this. Oh, Bubba? Noise? There we go. So this was the kind of collar she would probably wear. Something bigger and more ostentatious than what the other females, like other nobility, would wear. I might do something, actually. Give me this. Think. This can go with this. Now let me check on the hair. Let me redo the hair real quick. This is the little buns that come out right here. It's probably got like a little twinge. This comes out here, but this part of the hair is tucked in. There we go. Hair. Alright. Here we have the elusive cloaked boy kisser in his natural habitat. It's me, the boy kisser. The cloaked boy kisser is a fascinating specimen, utilizing its hooded cloak to obscure its mouth, which is always ready to smooch a man. Hi, handsome. Oh, I popped my leg. It felt great. I leaned over to grab Leon and I cracked the crap out of my leg. It felt nice. It was loud. Alrighty, so now that I gave her her big-ass ostentatious collar, I'm gonna give her even more of a big-ass ostentatious collar. And I'll show you what I'm basing it off of. Let me go find it. Ads, no, boo, ads, boo. Anyway, ads are here. Okay, where? Also, I'm thinking some of them might cut parts of their hair for stylization purposes, but if the entire hair is cut, then you're in trouble. I feel like bangs and stuff might not get you in trouble, but anything else might be like, ooh, you don't want that. You're in trouble if you cut your hair all the way. Okay, where is that thing that I was looking at? Here it is. Okay, so I want to give her like a poncho, kind of, but it's made out of like really shiny beads. Desmond could be kissing a man right now. How could we tell? Yeah, I could be doing anything. I could be kissing anyone. You don't even. I mean, I could not be kissing. I love you, man. Alright, so this thing will be underneath the necklace. Wait, hold on. Before I do anything, let me figure out how I did this. So this is the paint. This is the hair. This is clothing, and it's the body accessories as well. This is the overclothing. This is top accessory. This is the front hair. Okay, so this is going to not be a thing. This is going to stay here on top of the face. And then we start drawing the under outfit. And this is going to have pretty jingly pieces on it. And it's going to be a big ass beaded thing. So she's basically wearing just a giant bead dress, almost. Maybe I should make it ancient Egyptian-wise. Hold on. Maybe I should do this. And each part of this is a bead. A giant fucking bead. Brought a calculator that wouldn't display the number 8. I tried like 4 times, too. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, you motherfucker! I'm going to fight you. We're going to fucking mix scrap, okay? We're gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. We're gonna fight. Amy, I'm gonna fight. Not you, of course. I'm gonna fight Wolf. I got you. Fuck. Hi, Amy. Welcome in. How you doing? I'm about to throw down with a motherfucker. Yes, Cecil, I'm gonna fight. Cecil's trying to tell me not to fight, and I'm not gonna listen to him. I'm not gonna listen to you. Beep. Hi, cute baby. Alright, do I want this to be crisscross applesauce? Let me go look at Egyptian dresses real quick. Because Egyptian dresses did this shit too. Because I was trying to make it look like this, because this is gorgeous. But this is a bit nuts. Contemplation. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Why do they have to why do I have to hide the boobs, Twitch? You guys are lame. This is how people literally dressed. Throw down with the tiny bat paws. I'm gonna throw down. I'm gonna fight. Yes, Cecil, I'm gonna fight. You can't stop me. Okay, some of these outfits look pretty good. What, kiddo? You're whiny for no reason. Are you gonna whine again? He's not whining now. I don't know what changed. Do I want to also give her a silly set of feathers sticking out of her hair? No. She's already got a thingy on top of her head. I'm not gonna give her more crap to sit on her head. She's already ostentatious as fuck. She already has a bunch of necklaces as well. Let's go look at ancient Egyptian clothes again. I'm just going back and forth between different cultures, just looking at their stuff. Don't mind me. I'm looking for that beaded dress that the ancient Egyptians wore. Yeah, this thing. I was thinking of doing something like this, where it's like beads. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for the pet. Yeah, I think I might do something like that, where it's like beads. That's a very pretty design dress, by the way. It makes me very happy to look at. Whoa! Bear. He said, "Gugh." Sizzle! Yeah, I think I might do this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is grab it here. That's not Egyptian. Or it could be, and I'm blind. No, that's not Egyptian. Rewind has bear word. Rewind has bear word. I don't know if I want it to be golden beads or something else. It has to be something very rare. Something rare and precious. Wait, is that bottom left person wearing a flat pineapple? It does kind of look like that, huh? No, I think it's some sort of headdress thing. It shows that he's like a badass. What? What? Oh, you were so cute. Hello. You're a boy cat. Oh, did y'all know I have a boy cat? I have a boy cat. He's pretty cute. Let's also move that over there. I could probably stop looking at this now. I don't need this. Hi, Loros. Welcome in. Yeah, it's my boy cat. Boy cat. Oh, you were so sweet. Okay. Nose itcha. Yeah, I think I might have it like this. That's sweet. There we go. So I'm gonna have it look like that. It'll be see-through. She'll be wearing other stuff underneath it, but this is like the main piece that she wears so that she looks formidable. I think I might even make it longer. Something big. Oh, jeez. Because she's trying to look, like I said, important. Very important. Hold on. Before I do this, let me make sure it's not clashing with the jewelry she's going to be wearing on her wrist. The whiner is whining, water is wet. Wow. The sky is made of floor. Wait. Alright, I think I know what I want to do with this. So let's pull up another lady, let's pull up another outfit, and let's get these started. So I'm going to turn this off, once again, boop, so we can start on her waist outfit.
Little moo cow. Lots of patterns in the dress. Do you think the nobility would paint their claws to show they can get away with not worrying about work chipping the paint off? Oh, definitely. She could definitely paint these fuckers. Bright colors, too. Like, with gold and white and shit. Buddy. You're whiny. Beep. I booped him and booped him. I booped him. I beeped him and I booped him. Yeah, I beeped you and I booped you. He's not happy about it. He's a little upset about it. Hi, baby. I want their outfits to be patterned to make them look like someone really worked on this shit. And I feel like tucked under this skirt would be probably some sort of shirt of some sort, maybe? Like, maybe it's tucked in. Something like that, I think. Because I want her to just be really wearing it, right? Like, just super adorned in clothing. And then this would probably have, like, really pretty designs in it. Because once again, we out here trying to look as ostentatious as possible. We can afford to pay people to make these dumbass designs in our clothing. Look at our silly skirts. You know, like, that's kind of what I want to give off with this. And of course she's wearing shoes. Even though you don't need them. Yeah, why would she need shoes? And I think I'll also do the nail painting thing. You were correct, Lillian. The nail painting thing is probably smart. Probably a cool thing to do. What if they went one step further? They painted them, but then sometimes they'll wear jewels on them. Like, hold on. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. Like, what if they have shaved down gemstones that they put on top of their nails? by wearing them kind of like rings. Or even gluing it with certain stuff. Then of course they would lacquer it to keep it from falling off. I'm trying to find what I mean. No, not quite what I'm thinking. Something like this, maybe? To put on top? Because this looks kind of cool to me. I like the idea of having, like, super expensive fucking nails just attached to their other nails. It kind of reminds me of that ancient Chinese practice of putting, like, the little cone on your fingers. That's what a lot of empresses did. They wore these fucking things. So maybe they did something like that. Where it's like, yeah, my nails won't get chipped, and also my hands are even more useless now. Yeah, the nail guards. What if it was like, look at me, my nails are, now they're useless and even more useless. Not only can I afford to have my other hands covered, but also, these are nuts. I could see that. Because I like I said, I am taking inspiration from Chinese, culture as well. I think they'd only do one, though, because look at their hands, they only have 3 fingers, and we have 4. But they would also paint their nails with lacquer. I'm gonna look that up at least. How did they get lacquer? I know it's from... Yes. Spell it correctly for me. You need to use your hands? That sounds like broke talk to me. Literally. How do you make lacquer? I'm gonna look at a video real quick to show me how lacquer gets made. Are you fighting with the cat? What is it made of? Resin. Okay, thank you. That's all I was trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they used it on their nails. Proud Cecil. What? Proud. He's proud. Oh, he chatting. Oh, he whining. Ugh, gross. Alright, so I think I'll have these ladies, this lady wearing a really long nail cover on this one. That was another roar. It was me! I was the roar baby! But basically it's them saying, look, my hands are literally useless. Their nails are probably also a little longer than usual.
you call Cecil a gay dinosaur? He stole it from you. That's cute. No, I heard a distant scary noise. Oh, it might have been Leon being silly with his cat. He called Cecil a gay dinosaur. You're so cute, handsome. Alrighty, so homegirl, useless ass hand. Hi, baby. He wants to play.
Play
His play gluttony knows no fucking limits. Yeah, this is the greed they talked about in the Bible, Cecil. Fuck it, I count it. There's probably been hundreds of roars that were missed. I'm sure. Oh, well, you mind? Not being mean, just saying we probably missed a few roars.
Try being nice.
He said, try being nice to me. His greed sickens me. But he's cute, so it's okay. He is so handsome. That's why he can get away with all of his shit. Alrighty. I took a picture of the baby. Alright, so we got her outfits, we got her stuff. I'm gonna have this be super decorated, like it's got a bunch of pretty designs on it. I don't think the undershirt should have any decoration because she's already decorated the fuck. She's already kitted out, you know? Yeah. So this is what a queen would look like. Hair up on top, crazy as fuck looking, lots of patterns, very big ostentatious necklace. That guy's 2 grams of protein. He's so little. If menace, why cute? No, that's exactly why, so he can get away with it. Exactly. He's cute because he knows he can get away with it. And he gets away with it because he's cute. Little butthole. Little butthole kitty. Okay, I am looking through the outfits real quick because now it's time to work on the warlord. So she would be the queen. She would be the one in charge of all of this city-states in her arsenal, right? Because most of the city-states are being ruled by a family member. That checks out, y'all are cutie pies. Ow, 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 ow. But as we discussed, I need that in a second. As we discussed with this map, La Loawitsi, which is what I'm going to be calling this place, I might fucking use this place for a story or something. But, basically, a flying mountain, winged mountain, these guys have sent their vassals pretty much to their neighbors. She married this lady's son a long time ago, and then like 50-ish years ago, a great aunt went to make this place. So it's all relatives, it's all sisters or cousins, all female family members. So you're basically like the head monarch of your cousins. And as such, she dresses for her station. So, I must fight the urge to deny being cute because my goal is to become cute. What? But you have to become cute. What do you mean? You're cute. Do it. Alright. Babe, are you okay? You can stop dying, thanks. He said, no. Alrighty. So, now that I have her hairstyle on the done, queen of the whole area, ruling her cousins. What? Ma. We have the warlord. These guys, like I said, are the royalty class. There's only one of each. So there's only one queen ruling chiefesses, and then there is a warlord ruling all of the headhunters. The headhunters are the nobility class of this. So let's go over here to our classes real quick. So yeah, royalty has royatly. Can I spell correctly, please? My brain got a little too fast there. We've got our queen. Underneath her, in the nobility class, would be the chiefess that runs the nearby city-states. So yeah, she would be a queen. She would have a chiefess. And this would have a chiefess. And over here, let's move this down. After that is the warlord. He is in charge of all of the headhunters. The headhunters are the alpha males, the red males, who are in charge of the other red males of their city-state. So she rules all of it. The chiefess rules the entirety. The headhunter is in charge of all of the other hunters who wish to follow in his footsteps. All of the artisans and laborers. So the warlord is expected to be dressed to the fucking nines as well. I'm going to keep this hovering her for a bit so I can study her clothing. But we're also going to be pulling up Aztec warrior clothing as well. Ugh, gross. I burped and it was gross. And I want him to be wearing those dumb giant ass things on their bodies. You'll see what I'm talking about. Oh goodness, we won yawn. Ooh. No, never mind. This doesn't work the way I want it to. Also, before anyone asks or wonders, no, these guys don't practice mass sacrifice. I am taking inspiration from the aesthetics of Aztec, Mayan, Chinese, and some Greco-Roman inspirations, but their culture is different. They're not out here murdering people. In fact, they're actually pretty chill, because there's so little of them in the area anyway. They don't want to lose others. They'd much rather make alliances than kill each other. They think differently than humans do. Okay. So I have a few costumes that warriors used to wear back then. I have a few pictures of them. Now, these guys aren't going to wear the full-ass animal-looking outfits. Their culture does not need them to. But they will be wearing some sort of headpiece, some sort of head ornament that they can see through easily, obviously. They don't want to block their sight. That would be kind of bad. Even if you are a great warrior who wants to show off, taking out your sight would be a stupid fucking thing to do. But they will be wearing, especially the warlord, he's gonna be wearing big shit on him. He's gonna have, like... I want him to wear one of those big feather thingies or something that these guys wear. You see how this guy has this dumb giant thing on his head? I have no clue where this is attached, by the way. Or how this guy has a giant pole attached to his back. I want them to be wearing shit like that to show, hey, I'm the dude in charge here. Follow me. And headhunters and warlords, warlord is not exactly about, like I said, fighting each other. The land is hostile enough. They're fighting creatures and monsters, so they're having to deal with their own bullshit, basically. You ain't got time to fight each other when you're too busy fighting the ecosystem. That once you did. But they choose to go out on these excursions, especially when they need meat. But the animals that they hunt are dangerous. Oh. I found
and Aztec codices showing off goods that they wear? Interesting. I'm gonna keep this pulled up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep this pulled up. Okay, so since the dudes have these big-ass horns on the tops of their heads, I know what I want the warlord to look like. So I already have stuff of him pulled up. This guy is going to also be kind of fucking ostentatious, because he is probably some sort of crazy-ass veteran or something that has had a long training session or life of having to deal with this shit. He's very knowledgeable in how to deal with the dangers of their area, basically, their territory. As such, he has this position. And I want him to have, like, a bunch of old trophies that he has gathered over the years. Okay, I don't like that headdress. I'm gonna give him a headdress. His horns are probably going to be helping to prop them up. I don't think he'll hide his horns, but his horns are definitely going to be attached to these things to keep it, like, to keep it from falling over, basically. And it'll probably be of different birds that they've hunted and killed. I feel like they have big-ass birds that they can fight. Because they have a lot of feathers. I also want to give him a bolero. His original, like, nobility look, yes, he has a sash and stuff, but I want this guy to be dressed a certain way. I have ideas in the noggin. Okay, so where is that picture? Not you. Oh, hiccup. There it is. Okay. There's a video that I have of a guy with a really cool headdress, and I want his headdress to look like it, so we're gonna have this pulled up while I draw it. Because it looks sick as fuck! I think I might give him a slight crown as well. Like some sort of thing that's sitting right here. Oh, it's black. I need it red. Like some sort of big-ass crown sitting. And he's also going to have hooks right here and here that the crown probably is attached to, so he can just, like, slide it on top of his head. And then underneath these, he's got his jewelry. And I don't think you're going to see too much of his hair. He might have it in a bunch of different braids. Like a lot. I'm talking a lot of braids. Like, I don't know, like 8 to 10 braids, maybe. What kind of jewelry do I want to give him? Let me go look at my jewelry again for masculine.
He's such a goober. Alright, I'm gonna have these be nice and big and dangly. That's what she said. Jewelry pieces. Jewelry pieces. Alright, so in his hat, I want to give him big ass feathers. Big ass feathers. I'm talking like about this big. Like super big feathers. Okay, I'm gonna move him back over here so I can see what I'm doing. Maybe not that tall, just a little bit shorter maybe. But I do want it to be ostentatious and big. And this is decorative. Big ass hat, feathers. And his horns are holding these up. Along with the little crown he's got going on. Big man. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give him his home crest. And I'm gonna make it be like a big collar, almost. Like a really big, pretty beaded thing that he wears. To show where he's from, what home he's from. There we go. So that would be the top jewelry accessories that we're working with. Hair, he would be wearing so many braids. He'd have one set of braids. His hair is also probably super long because he's older. You have to be kind of old to get this position. You have to be wise and experienced, basically, to get this position. Okay, so that means your hair is probably pretty long too. So here's his first braid. You can't see the hair right here because it's hidden. But then he'll have a second braid right here. Actually, hold up, I have an idea. What if the hair comes down like this and is put into separate braids like this? And then in the back, his hair is in multiple braids as well. So his hair is just braid on braid. Like, let me see if I can't find an image of what I'm picturing here. I know there's a video of this. Where is it? I've seen pictures of this before. Where, like, the hair is in a bunch of braids and it's just really long and pretty. Meh, I'll figure it out later. Oh, my arm hurts a little. Ugh, stretch it. Stretchy, stretcha. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I cannot find the video that I'm thinking of. Alrighty. Oh, you can probably see the braid right here, actually. There we go. So yeah, he's got his braids. Turn that down now. Next are the overlayers of clothing. I'm going to do the underlayers of clothing first. Give him a skirt. Sorry, I had something in my mouth. It might have been a Cecil hair or something. It was fucking with me. Now, a lot of dudes in the armor seem to be wearing... Oh, that's nice looking, actually. Seems to be wearing, like, some sort of padding, and then just a thing that covers their groin. I want this guy to wear a whole ass, like, kilt or something. You scared me. Yeah, because that matches what I look like. Target decided. Blinks at Wee One. Alrighty. Let's find a nice kilt for this guy to wear. What kind of design would I want? Because, like, the current design for the nobility looks fine, but you can see his loincloth. I don't know if I want the loincloth seen. I don't really like how that looks. I might shrink the hat. Now that I'm staring at it, I might shrink the hat. Because, and I'll show you why. I forgot, I want this guy to be technically wearing some sort of, creature hat. Like he's donned in the kill of whatever he fought. Do I want it to be a cat? Do I want it to be like a evil cat thing? I don't want it to, like, get in his eyes. That would be annoying. But, like, teeth. Teeth. Rawr. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 doo. Alright, so this would be like a cowl that he's wearing of a creature he fought. Me, deems Ara, Desmond, dies. I choked! Choked to my own spit, alright? Okay, so he's gonna wear that little cowl on his hat, on his head. Maybe it's also longer than this. Maybe it does this. And then he's got paws. Creature paws. Alright, so here's my hat. Good hat. This is not the hair. Let's turn the hat down. And I want to give him a bolero. Definitely something to cover the body. He's obviously going to be wearing a loincloth as well. I don't know how I want to do it yet. What's Cecil? Oh, goodness. Attack, baby. Oh, did he fall off the bed trying to attack it? He just rolled off. Hi, little one! I hear Leon playing with Cecil, and then I just hear claw-scratching sounds. Plop. I'm like, did he just roll off the bed? And then I just see him sitting next to the bed like, hey. It wasn't me. Okay.
How do I want to decorate this? Because see, if I go to these guys, they're just wearing the loincloth groin and a whole ass outfit. And yeah, I wanted him to have like a hat like this. I am gonna close this out though, because I don't need it anymore. Yeah, let's give this guy a bolero. I gotta fight the Pope in Heavensward right now, and I can't do it with NPCs because it's a full party trial. Man, aw. It's fine. Yeah, Cecil is fine. He's chatting him up. Oh, he's chatting. He is nice. He's a nice good boy. There it is. Okay. So this dude's going to be wearing jewelry over the outfit. Because he can. He can slip these fuckers on when no one's looking. But I want him to be wearing his bolero. Once again, I'm on the wrong fucking layer. No, I guess it doesn't matter yet. Hold on. Let me test this out first. So he's gonna be wearing something that attaches like this, and then it stretches across the tits, right? And it can be spotted or striped, whatever he killed, to make this thing. Mimi! Your playlist is insatiable. The tits? Yeah, the tits. Here's the tits. This is the thing that goes across the tits. Tits. Anyway. So there's his bolero. Nice. I don't know if he'll be wearing anything else. Maybe another sash. But he's definitely going to be wearing his girdle. And I want this girdle to be plated with pretty gold on it. There you are. I want this satchel to be, this girdle to be gold plate. Nickered the bird? What? You're gonna gird the bird? He's gonna gird the bird, y'all. I don't know what this means, but he's doing it. Okay, babe. You do you. I'm just saying, you do you. I'm glad you're having a good time. No. No, I don't boondoggle. I don't fucking boondoggle. Okay, so I'm gonna give him probably some really nice plating. Yeah. Technically, everyone has a skeleton to be dressed. This will have designs in it as well to show he is the wealthy. He's like, look, I'm so cool. Live to win, cute. Time to grind and wow. Oh no, I'm so sorry. How'd you do that to yourself? Live to win!
chest. And fucking,
How do you kill which that has no eye?
that's fucking episode.
This shit's funny. Okay, let's give this guy all the danglies. Now, I do think he might have some feathers in this. It's a very common thing to wear your feathers on your ankles as a man. Babe, do you got your feather ankles? As a man? Excellent. Good. Thanks. Thanks for humoring my stupidity. Live to win. Nope, I got live to win stuck in my head. Thanks! Thanks! I should probably start saving some of these pictures before I think I saved them and then don't save them and then wonder where they are later. Ugh, like I did earlier. Ow, on the floor! Hi, Lumen. Thank you for the throw. Thank you for the yeet. What the heck? You right. I should save. I haven't saved in a hot minute. You right. No, save check. Yeah. I save checked. Saved it. Tezcatlipoca. He's pretty. Tezcatlipoca is the god of the black mirrors, I think. I don't remember. He's the god of like smoke and shit. He's kind of cool. By the way, for those of you confused, I'm showing my feet off. God damn it. Hi. Show? Well, it depends on the artist. But this is what I'm looking at when I was looking for, like, earrings and shit. He's giving haughty, you know? He's a pretty boy. He is a pretty princess. Yeah, this is another piece that someone drew. He's associated with these mirrors, and he seems like to have gold stripes across his, like, dark, smoky body. It's very interesting. He's very cool to look at. Which pantheon? Aztec! Tezcatlipoca. Here, I'll type it. Oh, hi. Yeah, he doesn't look like much in the actual pictures. He looks like this. But people have drawn him very hot. Yeah, Tezcatlipoca. I always draw you hot. Leon, I wish I could be drawn hot. Me, who looks at the hottie. What do you mean? Yeah, this is what he looks like in the actual, like, pantheon. He looks pretty cool. You're right, he a hottie. I can see it. Yeah. Then again, any motherfucker can look hot if they're drawn in the shape of, like, a Bishonen dude. Give the internet enough time and everyone will get yassified, I'm just saying. Do I want to give him shoes? I don't think he wants shoes. The lady wears shoes. He doesn't want shoes. He's not that pompous, you know? He's... It's impossible to not draw Leon hot. Agreed! You can't not draw Leon and him not be hot. Like, he's going to be hot. That's just how this works. Draw Leon, he's hot. Ooh, I think I know what I want to do. Hold up. No, I don't want to fight. I want to kiss you. I want our mouths to fight. Does that count? Alright, I think I might actually give this guy some sort of, corset. Now, not the traditional type. It's going to be layers and layers of, like, really intricate little ropes wrapped around him. To show off that he can literally just dress super crazy and be fine. There we go. And finally, I'm gonna give him the rest of his skirt thing. I want it to be like the kilt I did last time. I removed that last time because I was like, I don't need it. But this time I want to give him like those little ribbons of kilt that I had going on. Like so. I really liked that design originally. But it looked a little too complex for nobility, but royalty? Let's give it to him. Brain, how the fuck did you start playing Christmas music? It's May. Shit! Mariah Carey is thawing early. Everyone stop her. Someone stop her. No, it's just Frosty the Snowman. Oh. Well, someone stop him! I just realized every single one of these motherfuckers probably has a sun god. How could you not have a sun god? The sun is literally seen by everyone. Everyone has to have a sun god. You know? Ah, I broke my ankle. I popped it real nice. Okay. I'm gonna start closing out some of the, things that I have open. Yeah. Oh, my shit's loading. Hold on. Crunchy ankles? No, don't eat my ankles! I'm just a little freak who blasts Christmas music pretty much any time of the year whenever I'm cleaning. You know what? That's fair, and also I'm scared of you. I'm scared of your power. Okay, I already have that saved. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so I've closed out all of the stuff that I don't need anymore. I think I'll keep this open just in case because I am going to be drawing the other boys next. And I want their hair to be kooky. No, my ankles! Please have mercy. Mercy on the ankles. Thank you. Also, I found a nice little tab that has a bunch of makeup on it. It looks really nice. I don't need the Egyptian tab open anymore. I don't need this. I don't need this. I'm closing out all my tabs, don't mind me. I'll also be wanting to work on these guys' language soon, especially since I'm starting to already name shit. And I know they're naming conventions for the, like, not the most part, but, like, for a basic sense. Like, I know I have the word Jernua, which just means people. Which means the ah could probably be a sound for, what's the word? Jernua, like Genoa. It kinda. Jernua. Jernua. I also have the name Mudra. I have the name Ralo. I also have the name, Lelo. These are names that I've already come up with for story things that I want to do. I've already told you that this has just butted an entire fucking idea. I have a couple of more names. Yagan. That's right. I have my boy Yagan. Yagan. Yagon, that's the name.
So Mudra, we already know Mudra. At least you should. He's the dude with his dicks out on my blue sky. He's the dude with his 2 whole penises out. And yes, they have penises. 2 of, actually. Smitty Werby Megerman Jensen. Yeah, that guy. Let's see. And now we have words for our cities, like La Loawitsi. So I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna do this. This is their name. These are names they give to themselves. Oh, Lalo has a mom. What's her name? I forgot it. I wrote it down, but I forgot what it was exactly. So let's go La Loa Witsi. La Loa Witsi. This means fly or winged. Witsi is stone or rock, mountain ish thing. You know, the ground, the gravel, the Rockies. And we've got Alatea. Ala and Teya, but I don't know what those mean yet. Tewa, not Teya. Tewa, yeah. Tewa. And then, Shoako. Showako, which means river. And Chima, which means hill. There we go. So we have a language starting to form. I don't know if they're gonna be an alphabet or a syllabary. I could see a syllabary working here. But the R likes to wiggle itself into little spots, I've noticed. So maybe they treat the R kind of like how the Japanese treat the N, where it's like it can pretty much go any fucking where. Usually at the end of a syllable. I'll have to think. I'll figure it out. For now, though, I'm gonna save that. Oh, and we should probably head on out while we're at it. It's about that time, huh? So, just for a quick surmise of what I'm drawing. This is the hair of these people. This is their accessories. I'll remove the hair for a bit. This is the underclothing of what they'll be wearing. This is the overclothing of this lady. I might, if I give him overclothing, it'll probably be another sash of some sort. Of something he killed, something crazy. But the bolero also works pretty well to show off what he's done. It's more like a fashion design rather than like a rank. You don't need to sash it. You can bolero it. You can wrap it around you as a cape. It just depends on the dude and how he wants to dress himself. And then afterwards, later, I'm going to design this guy. I can probably do that off stream and then talk to you guys about my thought process for it. And then I need to give them their makeup. Their makeup's going to be just as ostentatious as the rest of them. They are a very decorated class. Nobility's pretty decorated too, but royalty is when it starts getting a little crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna work on makeup. I'm gonna work on his outfit next. And I'll get back to you guys on it next week. Maybe next Wednesday. Possibly next Thursday, depending on what we're doing Wednesday. I'll see you then. Let's go find someone to raid. Hecka bugga 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 bugga. Bugga 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 bugga. Ega bugga. Who are you raiding? I'm gonna call. What? What? Oh, he's over there. My cat went mer. Alright, I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna. Ah! Well, I'm on the fucking floor. Help me. Why do you keep trying to look at my feet? Huh? You know what? I'm just gonna stay here. We're gonna stay right here for the rest of stream while I go see who I'm going to raid. I don't want to raid maybe this person because they've been going for like 5 hours. I don't like raiding people who have been going for like 5 or 6 hours because I don't know how long they want to keep going for. I don't know. No, Twitch, I don't want to collab. Oops, I pressed the eject button. How could you? You know what? I have an idea. Because I am also wearing this, let's do it. Let's go raid the original Shadow Wizard. He's cool. I keep seeing his clips on YouTube, and I'm like, this dude's funny. I don't want to raid him too often, though. I don't want to be an annoying baby streamer about it. Be like, hi. I think you're cool. You know, like a fucking nerd. Anyway, bye, guys! Go say hi to this guy. Pet him on the head. I don't know if he has a pet redeem, but pet him on the head. I don't think he doesn't have a pet. It's fine. Then again, you did raid me when I was going for like 4 hours one time. I did. I felt bad about that. I did it to Prince too, and I was like, damn it. But you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Alright, bye guys. Grab your messages.